Pass up the middle, Kreider. Again, it's Hanifin back. Terry over to Leo Carlson. A beautiful back. Leo Carlson makes a beautiful. Team France. Wembanyama spinning. Oh, what a pass. Wembanyama spinning. Oh, what a pass underneath. The shot clock buzzer sounds. Behind the Spurs. The shot clock buzzer sounds. Buzzer sounds. And the Spurs. Win. They walk it off for the third straight night. 8 in a row, 14 in a row at home. And this place, that row at home. 8 in a row at home. And this place has turned into an absolute madhouse.
The Jason Gregor Show.
Terry over to play the puck. In front. 2-0 Ducks. Leo Carlson.
On Sports 1440.
Wembanyama spinning. Oh, what a pass underneath the chin. Now still has to put it up.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
3-1. Cubs win. They walk it off for the third straight night. 8 in a row, 14 in a row at home.
Well, tremendous Thursday afternoon. How are you? And welcome to the Jason Gregor Show. Sports 1440. Sports 1440.ca. YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram, Twitch. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching the show. Maybe you're listening to us live on Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, maybe on the TuneIn app, wherever you're listening. Thanks for watching and listening to the show, allowing us to be part of your afternoon. Lots to discuss on a Thursday. Of course, NHL playoffs continue on. I'm curious for Oilers fans. Are you cheering for the Ducks or Vegas? Or are you cheering against? Well, it's probably not that you're cheering for. It's who are you cheering more against? I'd just be curious. Or you're like, I'm not even watching that series, which I could understand that rationale as well. Probably maybe pay closer attention to Buffalo and Montreal. Buffalo, 4 goals on 16 shots last night to defeat the Canadiens 4-2. So Buffalo came in. Their power play had been awful, but they scored 2 power play goals. And man, power plays can be a big difference maker. Big difference maker. I always chuckle when power play doesn't matter in the playoffs. I'm like, are you paying attention? Power play matters a lot. So the Sabres, their first win in the second round since 2007. So good for them. Tonight, National Hockey League, only one game. Flyers, pretty much, it's not officially a must-win game, but it's as close as you can get. You go down 3-0, it's good night, Irene. They're not winning 4 straight against Carolina. So if you want to win the series, I think this is a game tonight that you got to have if you're the Flyers. Meanwhile, the NBA playoffs continue, and the Knicks, after some blowout wins, they got a win last night, and now they're up 2-0 in the series after winning 108-102, and what an ass kicking last night. The Spurs bounce back, and they give their Timberwolves the worst playoff loss franchise history. Spurs win by 38, 133 to 133-95. That was a dominant one. So tonight, the Cavs and the Pistons leading 1-0, and the Thunder taking on the Lakers. The Lakers, you know what? They're probably got to hold on, find a way to keep it close, and maybe hope that Luka can get back in. Not sure it's going to matter, but the Thunder can take a big 2-0 lead this year. Coming up on the program today, we got lots to discuss. Mike Voronkov, NBA reporter at The Athletic, will join us. Dave Owens from Sherbrooke Liquor. Tyrell Ford will join us in studio today. The defensive back from the Green and Gold. Of course, you got physicals on Saturday, and then training camp gets going on Sunday. And I look at the Elks defense, and on paper, it looks pretty good. A lot of returning faces. And when I look at kind of where they're going this year, I think defensively they should be pretty strong. But we'll ask Terrell about that. I do know that there was a big emphasis from their GM to the players to have guys coming to camp and ready to go. And you look at the secondary position, you got Terrell Ford. He's obviously going to play corner. I think he's kind of locked in. I think Jalen Garnes is going to start at the safety position. Cordell Jackson is going to be at one of the halfback positions. Then you've got, of course, J.J. Ross at the other corner spot. The battle that I see is going to be between Jalen Williams and Kobe Williams to see who gets to play at the halfback position on Ford's side of the field. That's a battle there. The linebacking position, middle linebacker, right? That's the battle. You got 2 good guys. You got Mogensen, who's going to be battling against a guy, Nick Anderson, who was Rookie of the Year a few years ago. I think Anderson is definitely a better blitzer. Mogensen's probably a little bit better in deep coverage. I think you'll see both of them I think there's going to be, especially in second and long, I think they're going to go 3-4 defense at times. And you'll have both of those guys on the field. But in the traditional 4-3, who's going to win out to be your starting middle linebacker? I think that's going to be a great battle. Defensive line, lots of options, right? You got Brandon Barlow. You're going to rotate guys. Brinkman's on the inside, of course. You got Noah Curtis. Tamari Fox is a guy that I'll be watching for to see, how he bounces back. Robbie Smith. And then what about Darlin Newell? He was the pick they took last year. Now he got suspended for a year. And I do know the teams actually tried to see if the Elks would say, hey, you take our first rounder this year and we'll take Newell off your hands. And the Elks were like, thanks. No, thanks. Not doing it. So I think the D-line, there's some battles across there to see who's going to be starting or not. Receiving core, O-line. Well, the one O-line position I see is the center position, right? Corte and Beard. That's the battle amongst incumbents. There's always going to be some potential surprises, but I think that's the battle on the O-line, no question. So after that, Boyko, I think he's in tough to be the starter this year at the tackle position. I think he's coming into camp. He did restructure his contract just a few days ago with the Green and Gold, and I feel that, he's kind of like number 6, number 7, which there's nothing wrong with that. Their O-line's better this year. He's going to have to, and sometimes competition brings out the best in guys. So we'll see what they do at the O-line position. And I'm just going to say it right now. So don't sleep on Taylor Powell at the quarterback position. Do I believe Cody Fajardo is going to be the starting quarterback to start the season? Yes. Do I think Taylor Powell's going to Cody's going to have a good year. And he's going to have to throw some balls into tight coverage. But don't sleep on Taylor Powell at the quarterback position for the green and gold. So there you have it. We'll talk a little green and gold. We got Livingston. Landon Ferraro will be by in the 420 hour. You got Speck, Corey Lavalette joining us from Carolina. Cam Tate, the 2-minute warning, will be in the 5 o'clock hour. Today, we got some stats of the day for you in the 4 o'clock hour. We got 5 questions. So busy show. It's always brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website. And it's Thursdays, the Daily Grand. God, I'd like to win it. $1,000 a day for the next 20 years. I know some people say you take all the big lump sum. I wouldn't. I'd want the $1,000 a day. I just think it would be a nice, keeps you motivated, but gets you in a good mood every day. I think it'd be fantastic. So $1,000 a day for 20 years. You can get it right now. PlayAlberta.ca. It's $7.3 million. So pretty darn good, I tell you. Pretty good. You can always get involved. You can text us 833-401. Excuse me, 1440, 833-401-1440. Or text us in our, call us or text us on that line. The big news today involving the Oilers was the Norris Trophy finalists were announced. And Cale Makar, Zach Werenski, Rasmus Dahlin. Evan Bouchard didn't make the cut. I'll be curious to see what the voting was. Now, I'm one of the voters. I can't tell you who I voted first. I could tell you who my 5 votes went to. In no particular order. Hudson, Bouchard, Werenski, Dahlin, Makar. Those are my 5. I can't tell you which order. You'll have to see it when it comes out. Then I'll discuss it. I have no problem discussing it. I do a lot of research. I understand what I view it, how I view it is different than other people view it. It's clear. I wrote a long article. I tweeted out again today, a few weeks ago, before the voting was done, looking at the history of the Norris Trophy. Anybody claiming offense doesn't matter, it's false. Okay, of course it matters. And 5-on-5 scoring matters. Goals for, goals against matter now more. There's more data to look at, right? You can look at expected goals, if so, and everybody's going to value things different, right? I'm not a huge fan of expected goals. The hell's expected goals? It's expected. It's not real. And which site's judging it, right? So how can you give me any sort of accurate assessment of expected goals if it doesn't include the time and space the player had? It doesn't include if he's on his forehand or backhand. Is he in a good shooting position? Is he leaning back? Is he reaching? You got to go in depth on expect. Just because I shoot from the slot, not every slot shot's created equally. Just isn't. So I'm never been a huge fan of, people who want to judge something off expected goals only. I question that. I just do. Because I'm like, do you even know who makes the formula? What goes into it? Because some sites will have a different expected goals than other sites. I do know that actual goals matter most. So goals for, goals against differential, shot for, shots against. That can give you, it doesn't mean how, scoring chances. You want to look up high danger chances. I think that's something to look at for sure. So, Bouchard, there's lots of categories that you could say he deserved to be a finalist. I get it. Does making the playoffs matter? Not always, right? This isn't most valuable to your team. It's just who do you think was the best defenseman? You could be the best defenseman, but if you don't have any forwards that score, it's not your fault. Doesn't mean you play poorly. You just don't have guys who are finishers. That's going to impact points for certain. As far as, do I value power play points that much more? Or 5-on-5? Yeah, a little bit, but I can't just take one portion of the game and not include it in my evaluation. I include power play. I include penalty kill. I include 5-on-5. Right? If you look at overall points, Bouchard, 14 more. He had 95. Werenski, 81. Makar, 79. Hudson, 78. Dahlin, 72. 5-on-5 points, Werenski, 47. Bouchard, 46. Hudson, 46. Dahlin, 45. Makar, 39. The fact that Zach Werenski had the most 5-on-5 points and he didn't have a high-scoring forward, that illustrates how good of a season he had for me. Really good year. Now, not making the playoffs, does it matter? Yeah, it does. A little bit. Then I look at, Werenski on the penalty kill. You look at him on the power play. You look at his goals for, goals against, all those other things. 5-on-5, goals for against. Hudson was the best. He was plus 37, 92 and 55. Makar was plus 33, 75, 42. Dahlin plus 25, 78, 53. Bouchard plus 18, 87, 69. Werenski plus 15, 81, 66. Now, you could also then look at on ice save percentage at 5-on-5. Right? Bouchard had the lowest at 888. Makar had the highest at 929. So is that going to impact your goals against? Is it just you as a defender, or are you getting better goaltending? Or is your goalie facing less high danger chances? You can't just look at the number. I think you got to factor in everything. So I thought those 5, if you wanted to put one of them 1 and 2, 3, 4, I could listen to any argument. I really could. Because I looked at all the different numbers in different areas. If you would have had on one ballot Hudson first, the next ballot Bouchard first, the next ballot Werenski first, the next ballot Dahlin first, and the 5th ballot Makar first, I'd be like, all right, but let's discuss what got you to the point. I'm not going to name call. And if some people don't have those 5 on their ballot, I would question that. I'd be like, okay, why? Now, if you have Dahlin ahead of Bouchard and you explain why, as I said, I think there's lots of things you could look at to be like, all right, I get there. I understand it. So you can make arguments all over the place. And that's to me, if you can have a mature discussion about it, I'm all for it. Calling someone names, he's an idiot because he doesn't agree with me. Okay? Don't become the Luke Wilson. I'm sorry. Luke can be a good analyst, but if you call everybody names when they don't agree with you, your point becomes pretty weak. So if you want to bring up an actual point to say, hey, I like Dahlin because blank, blank, blank. I had Makar, blank, blank, blank. All right. Because trust me, there's reasons. You could look at a lot of them, right? Cale Makar was only on for 42 goals against at 5-on-5. It's pretty damn good. Now, I know Colorado was a good team. So, yeah, you got to factor that in as well. 100% you do, right? You look at how was the team when he's off the ice to how when he's on the ice. Colorado, they were pretty damn good they were almost just as good, actually, when he was on or off the ice, which shows he's on a good team. Now, that doesn't diminish what he did as a player, but I do think at times reputation comes into play as a voter. And I can only speak for myself. I avoid the past. The past is irrelevant to this year. I only vote based on what happened this single season. And if one guy's deserving to win it every year, I'm going to vote for the guy because that year I felt he was the top guy. Not because he didn't win the year before. Now he's due. To me, I think that's a bad way to do it. Vote on it because it's important. I believe it's a big award. Of course, a player wants to win a Norris. Of course, a player wants to win a Hart. So if they're deserving of it, then I feel they should be deserving of that year. I don't care what they did last year. And I don't care that their age or maybe they should win next year. No. Do they deserve to win this year? Now, that doesn't mean that who I view number 1 is a guaranteed lock at number 1. Because I'll tell you this year, and I voted now for, 10 years, I found this was the hardest year to differentiate the 5 guys into one order. Because who I had at 1, ultimately eventually got to decide. Someone's 1, someone's 2, someone's 3, someone's 4, someone's 5. But I'll tell you, the gap this year was the tightest I'd ever seen. For me, I thought it was pretty challenging. And that's a good problem. There was a lot of guys who had good seasons. So good on them. And I knew there was going to be 2 who weren't going to make the finalists. And am I a little surprised that Bouchard's not one of the finalists? Yeah, I didn't think Bouchard would win. I said saying that. I think the big glaring errors, it influences people. Rightly or wrongly, it does. And I've said why. Because when you play in a Canadian market and you're on Sportsnet and you're on TSN and you got all the coverage you have on Sports 1440 and bloggers and everywhere else, bad mistakes, they get magnified. Because every one of their games are shown and everyone is a highlight pack. When Cale Makar in Colorado makes a mistake, it doesn't make ESPN Sportsnet. It doesn't make the national highlight. It doesn't. They barely have. any hockey highlights, number one. And then in Colorado, in the regional, they're not going to show the Cale Makar giveaways very often. Maybe the odd one, but not many. So automatically, and Bouchard does have a few doozies. You can't deny that. That's part of it. It's not, now, I would never evaluate a player just on that, but I could see how it's going to influence some people if they don't watch every game, because I can't watch every game of every player. It's impossible. I don't have enough time. So, you know what? You try to break down for me as much as you can. I put a lot of work into it. I take a lot of pride in it. Doesn't mean that I'm right, and it doesn't mean that people agree with me. But I will defend why I came up with the numbers I came up with. You don't have to agree with it. That's fine. But no one can ever accuse me of not being prepared. So for this, you be prepared. Because I think it's important to a player. Like, if I was an NHL player and I had a chance to win one of those trophies, I'd want to win it. I've always chuckled, wow, individual awards don't matter. The cup's the only thing that matters. Garbage. Because you can't win the cup in the regular season. And doing your best in the regular season can help your team have a better seeding, which conversely can give you a home ice advantage, less travel, so it does matter. They're two separate deals, right? And I think anybody who watched the Oilers this year, if you tell me the regular season doesn't matter, then that's what happens. You don't have consistency all year long, and then you're out in the first round. It matters. It does. So, and like winning one award doesn't mean that, well, now I don't care if I win another one. Not so sure. When you shoot 80 in golf, let's say that was your goal. You're like, well, you know what? I don't care if I ever shoot 80 again. I shot it once. That's good enough. Garbage. Now you're like, I want to shoot it again. And that becomes your motivation. Right? It does. I want to try to shoot 79. I want to be close again. So just because you win one Hart or one Norris or one Art Ross doesn't mean you're not going to want to win more. Like, I kind of find that somewhat comical to me. Cons, what'd you make of the finalists for the Norris?
Yeah, I agree with you with the five names that you dropped there. To me, it's kind of similar to the Hart. Like if you had Nikita, McDavid, McKinnon, I feel like you could make an argument for each and have a respectable discussion just based on what they did, the seasons that they had individually. I was a little bit surprised. I thought that Evan Bouchard, some people will look at the point totals and I feel like that influenced them a lot. So I thought for sure he'd at least be one of the finalists. I like the names there, though. I like the names that they did pick. I thought Rasmus Dahlin, especially watching him in the playoffs, love to see that little nasty streak that he has. All the things he went through off the ice, which I don't think is a factor in this, but fantastic defenseman. Cale Makar, I think that there is still a little bit of the reputation, and Cale Makar, he's one of the best guys out there, and maybe they don't see as many of the mistakes or the negative plays that happen, but with what Werenski did in Columbus, it was absolutely fantastic. And I do agree. I think you take a little bit away for not making the playoffs, but this isn't the MVP. This is the defenseman that demonstrates the greatest all-around ability. And I think Zach Werenski has to be in your top three. So a little surprised Bouchard didn't get in. Curious now what the future will hold for him, what more he has to do, clean up a few of the defensive end things. But I did think the final three was okay. Just if it were me, Bouchard would have been there.
Yeah. So, hey, you know what? If you're an Oiler fan, you hope that Evan Bouchard turns this into a Michael Jordan. And I took that personally. Honestly, that's all you do. There's two ways. Is he going to pout? I don't think he's going to pout. But he can look and say, okay, you know what? I think I'm damn good. I think I'm worthy of being in the conversation. And we'll see where he ends up. Like, if he's not in the top five voting, I don't what the hell's going on. But like I said, I think there's five guys. I think Bouchard and Hudson, if they're 4 and 5, I don't have a major argument with who's 1, 2, and 3. Like I said, we'll see where they land. But I would guess those two are probably going to be 4 or 5. And then Makar, Werenski, and Dahlin are obviously going to be 1, 2, 3. And there we go. And hey, Mo Seider had a good year. Heiskanen had a good year. I thought there was Quinn Hughes was the one guy that I thought was no chance. He shouldn't be a top 5. It's a year-long award. It's not just what he did in Minnesota. And even when he was in Minnesota, look at his goals against. On a team that didn't give up a lot of goals, his goals against still way higher. So that's why I didn't have him there. He's a good player, but I'm not voting him because of what he did last year. I'm only basing it on this year. And he was on the ice for way too many goals against. And he didn't score as many goals as any of those other defenders and didn't have as many points. So how the hell could he be ahead of them? So I'm not surprised he's not there. And If he finishes in the top 5, then too many people voted on reputation, not on actually what happened. The top 5, to me, I think are the top 5. Now, in what order? That's actually very much open for debate. And I can find cases for all 5 as to why they're number 1, which makes it good. So there you go. Quick break. We'll return. We're going to talk some NBA hoops, playoffs. We got NHL and more on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
New at Papa John's, the spinach Alfredo chicken tomato pizza. Say it with me now. Spinach Alfredo sauce, grilled chicken, fresh Roma tomatoes, all on our fresh, never frozen pizza dough. 4 favorites, 1 pizza. So let's run it back. The spinach Alfredo chicken tomato pizza. Right now, a large for just $18.99. Delivery or carry out. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. It feels good to know your fund goes further at home. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Need a new ride for road trips, errands, or just life on the go? Go Auto offers a massive selection with over 15,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. With over 70 locations across Western Canada, finding your next ride has never been easier. Whether it's a roomy SUV for the family, a sleek car for the open road, or a rugged truck for your weekend adventures, you'll find it here at a price you'll love. Explore thousands of vehicles today at goauto.ca.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocentre.com today.
Scott McGilvery here, HGTV host and renovation expert. The one upgrade I know homeowners will love: better, fresher Culligan water straight from the tap. Culligan's Aquasential reverse osmosis filtration system takes your water to the next level. With up to 7 stages of filtration and 14 filter options, they're certified to reduce over 90 contaminants. Your tap water is about to get a major upgrade. Safer water that tastes great. Get started with a free in-home water test at Culligan.com. Culligan, water you love.
Expand your brand with Fusion Promo Marketing. Fusion is your trusted partner for all things branded merch and apparel. Thousands of products perfect for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. Fusion with a Z. Promomarketing.ca.
McValue meals are here. Get the McDs you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, junior chicken, or chicken snack wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
The puck is passed up through the neutral zone, and here's a breakaway. He's coming in hot. He shoots it. Oh no, a broken stick.
When it comes to performance, quality parts matter. Napa Auto Parts has all the reliable parts, tools, and more to keep your vehicle running like a playoff contender. With over 85 locations in Alberta, visit your local Napa store today or shop online at napacanada.com. That's Napa know-how.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows, locally manufactured and installed. Crystal Glass provides a beautiful product and incredible customer services for all of your residential needs. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
This is Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Here's Jason Gregor.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Rolling through a lovely Thursday afternoon. Welcome back to the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. What is only regulated online gambling website where 100% of the revenue stays right here in the province. Just remember, if you gamble, use your game sense. Go to GameSenseAB.ca and stay within your limits. Of course, NHL, NBA playoffs ongoing. right now. And there's also another big story in the NBA that we're going to get to as we get to our basketball report, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, where the rates never change. No overtime charges. That's how you build a legacy at legacyheating.ca. And we are joined by NBA and basketball business writer for The Athletic, Mike Orkanoff joined us. Mike, thanks so much for joining us, man. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Hey, I'm good, man. We are going to talk playoffs, but you've been all over the other story in the NBA, man, with the bribes and the illegal gambling probe. So I do want to touch on that as well. But let's start in the association. And the Knicks get up 2-0 on the 76ers. Much closer. The Knicks had been blowing out teams, but the 76ers did make it close without Joel Embiid. And that without Joel Embiid is something that's been said pretty much 50% of his career, unfortunately. And I don't see any chance that they can win if he's not playing, right?
Oh, well, I don't know. If OG Anunoby's not playing, I feel like it becomes a series again. Game 2 was pretty tight. The Sixers just kind of ran out of gas there over the last 5 minutes or so. Tyrese Maxey needed some help. He didn't get it. But if OG's not there for games 3 and 4 and moves back to Philadelphia, I think there's a chance that Philly could get back into it.
Okay. Now, do you have an update on OG?
He's questionable. He's questionable with a hamstring injury. I think that's all the Knicks will say at this point. And so, we'll see. Those hamstring things they're hard. They can be tough. They can last a while.
Oh God, yeah. Well, especially in that sport, like you know what, you got a hamstring. It's really hard to run when you don't have a hamstring that's functioning properly. So yes, that's a major concern. What about the Pistons and the Cavaliers? The Pistons have been just an odd team in the playoffs. They have looked absolutely terrible. And if it wasn't for maybe the worst choke job in history in Game 6, they might not even be here. But they look better in Game 1. Do you think they're finding their game, or do you still have concerns about how they played in the playoffs?
No, look, I still got concerns about him. Question of whether they have enough shooting. That's legit. Who else can create for them aside from Cade Cunningham? But that's been there for them all year, and they still won 60 games, right? Like the first round was, as you said, an odd one, but they seem to have found their groove. And it's not like they're facing the juggernaut with the Cavaliers. Like the Cavs got taken to 7 games by the Raptors. That should have been a series that they could have ended in 5 or 6. Brandon Ingram missed the last 2 games. So, they have their own problems, and I think the Pistons are clearly the favorite in that series, and it seems like they're playing better at the moment.
The Lakers and Thunder will go Game 2 tonight, and the Lakers tried to take Shai Gilgeous-Alexander out of the game. It probably did a pretty good job. He only had 18 points in Game 1, but they're just so deep, and the Lakers are obviously banged up right now. This has every idea to be a short series, simply because I don't think you can overcome that many injuries and play its team as deep as the Thunder and expect to win.
Yeah, look, the Lakers got a good draw in the first round. The Rockets were flawed. Then Kevin Durant was out. The Thunder is just a whole different beast. Maybe this goes 5 and the Thunder do a gentleman's sweep. Don't let LeBron leave, the playoffs on a 4-0 sweep. But I don't think that the Lakers have enough talent to keep up with the Thunder, and they're just a machine. This is really all building up to what probably will be Spurs Thunder in the Western Conference Finals.
But you have been all over because, of course, not only you cover the NBA, you're also the business writer, and there's been a lot of business for the NBA, and not necessarily what they want, but the federal illegal gambling probe, as you called it in one of your recent articles, the sprawling investigation, Mike. And I thought that was an excellent word, because it is obviously it's massive, and what we're seeing here, and you had it that Damon Jones pleads guilty, right? So he's the first of the 34 defendants to plead guilty. How many do you think are going to follow suit?
Look, that's hard to say. He's pleaded guilty. Marvis Fairley already he signaled that he's probably going to plead guilty. It seemed like April 30th was a deadline there to accept guilty pleas. So you have at least 2 already doing that. I think so far Terry Rozier has shown that he seems like he wants to fight the charges. Although the federal prosecutors said that they're probably going to charge him with 2 more felonies now, probably by around mid-May. So we'll see what they reveal there. And Chauncey Billups seems like he wants to take this to trial. Everyone else, it's tough. It's fighting federal charges is difficult. You got to have the money to do it. You got to have kind of the willingness to fight for that long. It's going to be interesting, but probably not the last plea deal that we see.
So when you, in covering this story, what have you uncovered or learned that's caught your attention the most?
I think really it's the ease with which information flows in the NBA and just how many people have access to it, right? It's clear that we don't know what that pipeline looks like, right? And all the people who have access to that information. And if you said, hey, 10 years ago, random people have access to who's playing and not playing, and or they're hours ahead of the team announcing it, you say, okay, cool. Good for them. You can report it on Twitter if you want. But now that's all actionable information. That's worth money. You can place bets on that, right? And so, the universe of people is vast who have access to this information. I think it's something that we can't quite conceptualize. And I don't know either how the NBA can, kind of close that information loop too, because that's something that they need to worry about going forward. Them and every other league too. So, it's the NBA that got into hot water this time, but this is an issue for the NFL, for baseball, for all these leagues.
And Terry Rozier, of course, when he was playing with the Hornets, the allegations are that he accepted bribes and provided insider information to gamblers regarding his playing time, right? And, we've seen some guys, there's videos of guys, missing shots, taking playing time and stuff. I don't know the NBA talked about, hey, maybe there's certain things you won't be able to wager on. But how do you feel the NBA will approach this with their partners, specifically in the future, to try to limit these type of scandals?
I mean, they want, a lot of these prop bets to be taken off the board, right? They don't want unders. They don't want, two-way players. They don't want some of the things that are more susceptible for like one player, one person to be able to affect them by himself. The problem with that is, that's worth a lot of money to these sports books. They're not in it, just to be seen. They're trying to bring in a lot of revenue. So I think this is the friction point in that relationship, right? Like the NBA wants their money. That's why they've partnered with them so far. That's why they've, pushed for the legalization of it. They see an upside for them financially, but you can't control the whole thing. And that leaves you susceptible to this type of stuff going forward. And like, it was interesting that, the federal regulatory body for prediction markets here in America, asked for comments from a lot of these, from anyone in a lot of these leagues, put in kind of their 2 cents, hoping for the things that they want to do. And the gist of it was, we should have control over what's on the board, because they don't with sports books. And so they're trying to get ahead of it with prediction markets.
Okay. Do you think that's realistic?
Maybe that's something the prediction markets would be more willing to take, just because that's a new ground. And I think they want to be legalized and they want to have just the ability to operate with ease. And so maybe that's something that they're willing to take. But, they're in the same business. But at least for them, there's so much more that they can take action on, in terms of things that people bet on. Like, heck, the prediction markets, right? You're literally able to bet on anything, right? The world is your market, unlike a sports book. That maybe that's something that they're willing to take just for legitimacy's sake, and just to be able to start taking more money and taking more action.
NBA and basketball business writer for The Athletic, Mike Orkanoff joins us, and he's been all over. Do you want to read his stuff at The Athletic if you're interested in it, because it is something we don't see. Now, it's not the first time, you go back to the referee scandals, and, we had Toronto Raptor guy suspended for life. This is something that's happened more frequently in the NBA than in other sports. So now, I understand why when you look at, hey, basketball, hey, just, I'm not going to play 27 minutes or 31, whatever the number is. Pick your poison. It's a little bit different, in hockey per se, or obviously there's no time on field in football. So, or same in baseball. Like, when you look at these players, though, when you study the Rozier case or even Chauncey Billups, like, what have you gained from reading it and studying it to think like, what's possible and what the NBA can do to limit this moving forward?
Well, I think of something, one of their big things right away was like, hey, we're going to make more injury reports. You're going to have to, now is like, you're going to file injury reports if you're a team more frequently throughout the day, right? Like hoping to get ahead of it. So there's less lag time between team making a decision on whether to play someone and that going public. And then yesterday, Joel Embiid, 12:45, he's probable. 1:00, he's out, right? Today, OG Anunoby, questionable. And, last I checked that 2 hours after that came out, there was no injury report anyway, right? So there are holes in this system. And I mentioned the information flow, you're not going to stop players or coaches or executives and mostly players and coaches from just telling people they know stuff, right? You talk to your friends about your work, they talk to their friends about their work. It's not like the NBA can say, hey, if you know you're out, you can't tell anybody. You keep that on lockdown until we announce it. You can, but how are you going to enforce that, right? It's just too many holes in the system. So it's a big problem for them. I don't quite know how you get around that and how you make that something that actually works, right? That's tough.
Lastly, let's go back to the floor. And, the Spurs bounced back big time last night against the Timberwolves. Actually, because a lot of people, have looked and said Spurs Thunder. That's the matchup a lot of people want. I will give the Timberwolves a ton of credit. They took down the Nuggets, which not a lot of people thought was going to happen, and then they won game 1 against the Spurs. Was last night more of a wake up call here by the Spurs, or was it just a really off night for the Timberwolves?
It was definitely a lot of both, but I mean, when it's the favorite coming in and demolishing the underdog, that's probably more real life than if it were the other way around, right? The Wolves, they're gritty, they're tough. They won that Nuggets series without Dante DiVincenzo, and they've had so many injuries, but at some point that catches up to you, especially in the playoffs. And the Spurs are super deep. They have Vic, he's amazing. I mean, the Wolves barely won game 1. We all remember how that game ended. That could have been a loss if that shot goes in. And, I think they're still the underdog going forward. And it's just there's so many things they have to fight against in that series to win it that you got to think everything basically has to go right for them. And they have to make sure there are no more injuries. They have no margin for error left when you start losing guys already.
Really appreciate your time, Mike, today. I love reading your stuff. Keep us updated on what's happening on the court, and a lot of times right now what's happening off the court. It's pretty entertaining in the association. So thanks so much for your time. Have an awesome day.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks for having me.
There you go. That is Mike Voronkov from The Athletic. And that is a wild story. I don't know how many people follow that, but the mob insinuation and there's some scary stuff going on there. No question about it. And some guys are going to plead guilty. Some guys want to go to trial over it. And obviously, as Mike alluded to, that those going to trial when you're facing federal charges, you gotta have some pretty deep pockets to want to go there. And you know what? But hey, if you feel the charges aren't accurate, well, then I guess you're going to fight it. But we'll see if they can win it or not. We shall see. We got a lot of texts coming in. Many of you, hey, Gregor, does Bouchard have bonuses in his contract for Norris? If so, it's a joke. He's not in it. No. The only guys that can have a bonus contract are entry-level contracts and players 35 plus, or the rare exception, like a guy like Connor Brown, when you miss, I think it's 90% of the league of the season, and then you sign a new contract coming off of that, then you can get bonuses. Now, most bonuses are performance bonuses. Now, you can, in your entry-level contract, there are bonuses for the Hart Trophy and stuff like that. But for 35 plus, I can't recall ever seeing a 35 plus player having a bonus clause that results in a individual trophy. Most of them, when you're 35 plus, are all based on games played. Right? When Corey Perry was here, you play 20 games, you get extra money. You play 30 games, you get they're pretty attainable. So no, Bouchard, him not being a Norris final would not impact him at all. Whatsoever. Hey, Greg, is it true that Barry and Bouchard are the last two D-men not to get nominated for the Norris as the leading point getter for defense? If so, it's hilarious from Drew. Yes, Drew, that is true. And I did the whole history going year by year. I thought Bouchard was in tough to win. I thought he had a really good chance to be a finalist. Right now, if you don't win, whatever. But it is odd to me that in the history of the game, and do you think they're the only defensemen that played with star forwards? No. Lots of them do. So, from Bobby Orr, Phil Esposito, pretty damn good player last I checked, right? What they have, I think they had like 2 or 3, Ken Hodge, Johnny Busick, like they had a really good team, right? Mario played with Larry Murphy, right? Larry Murphy and Paul Coffey played with Mario and Yager and Kevin Stevens and Rick Tocchet. Like, they got good players, right? I can't punish a guy because you have skilled players on your team. That's the award never says that. So I said, again, I don't think he was going to win, but I thought he could be a finalist. But Werenski, Makar, and Dahlin, they all had good years, right? Like, as I said many times, the top 5, people are going to go anyway. Bouchard, if I'm Evan Bouchard, I'm looking at this as a challenge to say, okay, you know what? I don't want to be on the highlight reel as often on the missed plays of the week. Done with it, right? Use it as a challenge to reduce them. Now, here's the thing, though. I want to make it abundantly clear. Cale Makar has lots of those glaring giveaways. You just don't see them because they're not on the highlight reel package because ESPN and the national TV, they don't do any NHL highlights. And if they do, it's like 2 goals. It's usually what they show. They don't show anything else, right? So people in Edmonton who are, Bouchard makes mistakes. Yes, he makes mistakes. But if you think Zach Werenski and Cale Makar and Quinn Hughes and Lane Hudson and Rasmus Dahlin don't, you're just fooling yourself because you're not watching anything. And that's okay. I don't expect a fan in Edmonton to watch all the other. It's not your job. You got a real job. You can't watch it all. But they're there. Trust me. We had Andy Lindhall on, who follows Colorado every year and asked them about their team, how they're going. And he was the one who said, man, Cale Makar has given up a lot of breakaways to the opposing teams this year. It's been a problem. His words, not mine. And he watches every game. So I'll trust him. When we come back, I always like different. Something very different. Next on The Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions, take one for Gene Principe. Hey, thanks for being on time.
I'm always punctual. Now, how about some cool beats while I drop the heat?
Ready when you are.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Nice.
Boom! I'm a musical genius.
Legacy's going to love this for AC season.
What's not to love with no interest and no Principe payments for 1 year?
Are you always like this?
Yep. Unlike Legacy, I never know when to cool it.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Island Rides is one of Alberta's premier specialty charter companies. With our luxury motor coaches, we provide our customers with the safest and most reliable ground transportation services. Our seatbelt equipped, top-of-the-line motor coaches have become the preferred carrier for many local sports teams, tours, corporate outings, and other various travel needs across Western Canada. For more information and to request a quote, contact sales at 877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
When life unexpectedly changes, it can leave us feeling unbalanced, uncertain, and unsure of how to move forward. But you don't have to go through it alone. I'm Corey Anderson with Fairway Divorce Solutions. Our team helps reestablish balance, guiding you through your divorce with compassion, clarity, and support. Fairway has helped more than 6,500 families across Canada find a path towards a peaceful, fair resolution. With 2 offices in Edmonton, we're here to make your journey easier. Discover your options at Fairway Divorce.
The tents are up and the deals are out. The Brick's biggest sale of the season is on now. Take up to 60% off clearance items in the tents. Sofas start at $3.99 and save up to 50% on select mattresses. Get a sofa, coffee table, mattress, bed frame, and dining set, all for less than $1,500. Only at the Brick's tent sale. See in store for details and exclusions. The Brick, saving you more.
O'Hanlon Paving is looking for Finnish skid steer operators, Finnish grader operators, Class 1 drivers, and more to join their Edmonton road crew team. Bring your positive attitude and great work ethic to their job fair, Friday, May 8th from 10 till 3. Visit o'hanlonpaving.com/careers.
Running a business is tough. Finding new customers shouldn't be. Stop chasing leads. Let them come to you with Stingray, offering you access to more digital, outdoor, and traditional advertising platforms, including radio, connected TV, search and social, programmatic, digital advertising, and digital out-of-home. So while you're closing the next deal, Stingray is working for you to deliver more leads, more customers, more sales. It's that easy. Get started now at stingraymediasolutions.com and always be closing.
My go-to move for getting out of the doghouse is catch of the week. Forget flowers. I head there, and the staff points me to the perfect fish and tells me how to cook it. It's easier than you think. Last week, I made an incredible salmon dinner. My wife was so impressed, she forgot why she was mad. It's my secret weapon. It works every time. They're just 5 minutes from Sherwood Park, but it's worth the drive from anywhere. Stop thinking about dinner and just go to Catch of the Week.
Make sure to visit catchoftheweekedmonton.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Emerald Equipment. Emerald Equipment is Edmonton's newest dealer for Yanmark compact equipment. Machines built tough for the jobs that don't quit. Get your new Yanmark compact track loaders with ASV Posi Track at Emerald Equipment.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
On a lovely Thursday afternoon, man, it's beautiful outside. Get out there, get some fresh air, boys and girls. It is nice. Many of you golfers enjoying it. Just add a little stress to your life. It's perfect. Get out there. You're looking forward to it. 6 holes, and you're like, what am I out here for? What am I doing? It's awesome. Well, we've all been there, except you that are good. Like, yeah, we don't need braggers. Oh, yeah, you know, shot a 72 today. Yeah, beat it, Pigeon. Great. Good for you. I'm kidding. It's pretty good. Nothing wrong with it. Let's get to our Thirsty Thursday, brought to you by Brook Liquor, 2 locations, South Side, 50th Street, 92nd Ave. Where? You want beers, cocktails, wine, or the best choice of non-alcoholic beverages in town? Sherbrooke Liquor, and of course, original location on St. Albert Trail and 118th Avenue. David Owens joins us once again in studio. Dave, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing fantastic, man. How are you today?
I'm all right. You get over your Oiler loss?
Yeah, I'm over it now. And I got to tell you, I'm getting so much stuff done in my yard right now. like I'm fresh before, you know, I'm waking up fresh. I'm like, this is pretty top notch. You know, I don't, you know, we all need a break too.
Yeah.
So settle down, everybody. Yes, it's disappointing, but man, you know, just like they need to heal up and take a break, so do we.
There you go. Nice. So we're not taking a break on Thursday. We're doing, is this Champagne Day?
It's Champagne. It's Mother's Day coming up.
Oh, yeah.
And if you know, so for all you fellas out there, and you know, it's Mother's Day. Don't forget.
Yes. Very true.
And so we thought we'd do a little bit of a Mother's Day thing here, and we've got a couple of gift packs we put together at the store also. We're going to taste through one of them here today. And so this is how you do Mother's Day. 3 cocktails. You make it through the whole day. We got a breakfast beverage here. We've got an afternoon beverage, and we got an evening one. Essentially is what we're going to do. So we've got some champagne, some bitters, some cassis. And it's going to put it together for us.
All right. So we're going with straight champagne first.
This is some champagne. We've chosen this is a Philippe Cornet. This is the Brut Reserve. This is just a lovely, great. This is the most approachable champagne that they have.
Oh yeah, that's,
you know,
that's pretty simple.
Crisp pear, apples, really lovely bubbles into it.
Like it kind of tastes like juice a little bit, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's candy. It is candy. This stuff is fantastic. And I had
because normally I don't really like champagne, to be honest. Like I don't consider myself like I had the only time I ever drank a lot of champagne was at F1 because all they had in the suite was Heineken or champagne and orange juice. That was it. For 3 days. I'm like, what a joke. But I drank a lot of champagne.
That's right. Well, you know, there's never a bad time for bubbles and champagne. A lot of us say. And I got to go to France last year. I did again this year. But last year we went to Champagne region.
And yeah, that's the thing. Champagne, if it has to be from that region.
To be from Champagne. That's right. Yeah. So we went to Reims and got a chance to go to several different houses here, including this one here. And Chantal Gonnet, she took us around and showed us their land that they've been since their 7th generation, so 1890 or something like that. Doing a long time. So this is a grand, fantastic piece. So moving on with that, we're going to make a really simple cocktail. And it's, you know, most people think of mimosas and stuff like that in the morning, right? And mimosas are easy. And lots of people do it. But have you done a Kir Royale before? The Kir Royale is something that is a little bit more refined, and it comes with cassis. So we're going to start just tasting the cassis here first a little bit. And this is it's a wonderful black currant liqueur. And so you're just going to take a nice little sip of it there, and you can see it's thick.
It's really thick, man.
Thick and rich, and that nose is that deep. Oh, it's beautiful.
Okay.
And so this was named for Canon Felix Kerr, the actual cocktail when we get there. And there's some interesting stories we've got in the blog post.
Well, that's just like really sweet.
Really sweet. Yeah. Beautiful. So you have a sip of that, and then if you pass me the champagne or your glass there.
Yeah.
And then to make a cocktail with this, you just take, about 15 mils of that, and then
you pour the champagne in it.
You pour the champagne in it.
And so,
right, and
again, this is Gabrielle creme de cassis.
Creme de cassis. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Right.
People like to see it.
Yeah.
Anybody who watch on YouTube, they always like, Gregor, show me the bottle. So there's
Yeah.
a bottle.
And so you top up with your champagne. Now you have a Kir Royale.
That's what it's called?
That's what it's called.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's just like, to me, it just looks like if someone showed up at my house and I served them this, at first of all, they'd probably be like, is this cranberry juice?
Right.
But then they'd be like, well, it seems like it's classy cranberry juice because
Sure is.
the champagne, like it really pops.
It
when
really
you drink
pops.
it. Yes.
Yeah. And it's those tight bubbles of the champagne, right? It's just a beautiful, refreshing beverage. It's a great thing. It's a step up from the mimosa. And the mimosa is a workhorse, right? That's great. But this is hey, let's step it up. Same occasion, something a little bit more interesting.
I just feel like I'm going to start talking with an English accent.
Well, or
automatically.
or a French.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
champagne.
je
It's
parle
champagne.
français,
Yeah.
vraiment. Okay.
Fantastic. So now we're going to go and try, and I'm going to go to Italy a little bit
The
here.
bitter Italiano.
The bitter Italiano, yeah. So this is Anselmo bitter. This is a fantastic elevated version of like an Aperol.
Oh,
kind of,
God. That is bitter.
right? Super, super bitter, right?
You wouldn't really drink that straight, would you? Do they drink it straight in Italy?
Some of us do.
Some of you do?
Yeah, I enjoy it. It's great after a dinner. As a digestif. Oh, fabulous stuff. I like the bitters on its own, but
really,
we also make
That's got a little bit of a cough syrup flavor.
It's got a bit of that bitter. It's got that bitter.
Yeah.
It's intense. But this is where we turn.
I'm too
magical,
soft.
right?
I don't think I could drink that.
So you remember the spritzes? We did a whole spritz day.
Yeah,
here,
we did.
Right? You remember the measurements for it? It's super simple, right? 3, 2, 1.
Yes.
So 3 parts bubbles, 2 parts of bitter, and 1 part soda, right? So we've got, essentially we got our 2 parts of bitter in there already. We're gonna 1, 2, 3. There we go. And then we're gonna go soda.
You almost, buddy. The engineer would have been flying in here.
That is pro.
You got the bubbles right to the ledge without going over.
Level right there.
So this one looks like it's just like a light cocktail. Very easy, like an Aperol
This
spritz.
is just like an Aperol spritz, but elevated with champagne and the Anselmo bitter Italiano.
Well, it's not bitter at all now, like at all.
No. No. Between the champagne and the soda, it really tames it down. No, and the spritz came about, if you remember, it was those Austrian soldiers, and they found that Venetian wine, and it was too strong for them, so they were watering it down all the time.
That's what became.
And that's
with
where
the
the spritz. That's where the spritz came from.
They were watering it down with water.
Watering it down with water. Yeah.
Okay.
And that was back in the 19th century, northern Italy. And then Aperol was debuted in about 1919 or so, and the Aperol spritz was born. And so now spritzes you can make with all sorts of different things. So as long as you've got bubbles, and a bitters, and some soda, you're good to go.
So now the last one here, just for everybody watching online. Now, so I've got a cube in the glass, like literally a cube. What is it?
So that is a sugar cube, just a simple sugar cube. And it's got about 3.
Why is it dark? Why is it not white?
Because I've got 3 dashes of Angostura bitters.
Oh, okay. So you put the bitters in already.
That's right.
Okay.
And if you pass me that glass now.
Yeah. So it's bitters and a cube of sugar.
That's right. And now.
Well, it's really not going to go with my tight waistline right now. Just a straight cube of sugar.
Well,
Kidding.
And we just started giving that a bit of a pour. And you can see it bubbles right up. Now that sugar is just going to keep on. It's not going to add a whole bunch of sweetness to it right off the bat. It's just going to slowly be dissolving. You're going to see it. You can see it if you hold up, if we give that to the camera, you can just, the bubbles are
I can see it. Yeah, it's in there.
Going in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is just this is your champagne cocktail. This thing is just an absolute beauty.
So it's literally 3 drops of the bitters.
The Angostura bitters on a sugar cube.
On a sugar cube.
In a wine glass.
How long do you have to let the bitters sit on the sugar cube?
You do it right
Doesn't
away.
matter. You can do it right away.
Pre-prep for us today. But
okay.
Yeah. And then you top with champagne. We probably add a little bit more at home than we have in there right now.
Yeah.
But, and there you have it. And just let it dissolve on its own.
Wow. It's like you kind of taste the bitters there more. Like I would have expected.
Yeah. Different type of bitters though, too, right?
Very different. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that flavor of that bitter?
So the Angostura?
Yeah. What is it?
Oh, there's so many different herbs and roots and stuff that are in that. It's pretty fantastic. Yeah. So it's a lovely piece and a great way to do it. I love, use your bitters in a lot of cocktails or in your Manhattans and stuff like that. Angostura is the classic ones to go with that, right?
Yeah, no, I do have the bitters, and it does. Bitters in the right cocktail does make a big difference.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? It changes the flavor, but not too many.
Not too many. It's always like 2 to 3 dashes, right? You rarely any more than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is basically for Mother's Day.
This is for Mother's Day.
You want to class it up for Mother's Day to make her feel a little bit better.
Make her a Kir Royale in the morning for breakfast. Make her a spritz in the afternoon. And, make her just a nice cocktail for the evening.
And, that ties in exactly because Halabar Bistro, I've gone there for the last few Mother's Days. It's the Renaissance right at the airport.
Yeah.
Their brunch is unreal.
I've had their brunch before.
And so this year they're doing it like high tea for Mother's Day.
Oh, that's great.
So I would recommend anybody who's there on the south side to do whatever. Hey, I'm going from St. Albert because it's that good. Because I've been there. It's kind of a little tradition. And you go there and it's unreal.
Yeah.
But this year they have high tea. So I'm gonna take a picture of this.
Yeah.
And just see if they have champagne. Because I know they're doing mimosas.
Yeah.
But I might offer to say, hey, could we have one of these a little classier?
Oh, these are fantastic.
A little classier. But I would go to the Halabar bistro.ca and you can make a reservation for brunch for anybody out there. Give them a little plug. They're not even a sponsor of the show, just a friend of the show. It's a great place that I've been many times for brunch, and I would highly recommend it. Because I know, guess what? It's Thursday. How many of you are like, what? It's Mother's Day on Sunday?
Exactly.
Pardon? What are we doing?
We got to get on this.
Yeah, get on it.
So, like I said, we've got the packs already put together. Beautiful gift box. It's got everything you need in it. It's got a bottle of champagne. It's got the bottle of bitters. It's got the cassis in it. It's got the Angostura in it. It's got soda in it. It's got the sugar cubes
so they
in
can
it.
come at Sherbrooke and get this pre-packed.
It's already pre-packed, ready to go.
My God. Guys are lining up for this one.
We've got a limited amount in the store. Now, if we run out, don't worry. We've got all sorts of stuff we can put together and make the exact same pack for you. And just later, we've got some great pre-made ones right now at the stores. Check them out. Make it simple for yourself.
Mom wants to feel classy for Mother's Day. This is how you do it.
That's right. And we got two versions. We got the champagne one, and we've also got one that's Prosecco.
I can't wait to see what you come up with for Father's Day.
Oh, Father's Day is gonna be fun too. We're already the wheels are
half
already.
The guys
turning.
will just treat themselves.
It's
just perfect, right?
Absolutely.
What'd you get for Father's Day? I got my own gift. It's perfect.
Isn't that what we already do anyway?
As we should.
That's what I do.
I like. Awesome. Thanks, Dave. Have yourself a great day.
Right on. Thanks,
man. David Owens from Sherbrooke Liquor. We will take a quick break. When we come back, the CFL season, man, it just snuck up on us. It is going to begin this weekend, training camp. And of course, we got All-Star Corner, Darrell Ford, joining us in studio to talk a little football. We'll see if he's got his Mother Day plans all booked up as well. But first, let's get to the Con Man and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Go Auto. They have over 15,000 vehicles at 73 different locations and over 33 different brands. Your color, your vehicle, they will have it. Shop today. GoAuto.ca.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Erasmus going to the Sabres. Cale Makar and Zach Werenski named finals for the James Norris Memorial Trophy presented annually to the NHL defenseman. Charged to have demonstrated the greatest all-around ability at the position. Oilers forward Isaac Howard named to the American roster for the upcoming World Championships. He appeared in 29 games with the Oil, scoring 2 goals. On the ice tonight, you got Flyers and Hurricanes at 6. Canes leading that series 2-0. In the association, Pistons take on the Cavs just after 5 o'clock, leading 1-0, while the Lakers will try to even up their series with the Thunder at 7:30. And in the majors right now, Guardians up on the Royals 8-5. Cubs lead the Reds 8-2. Nets and Rockies tied at 2 apiece. The Diamondbacks at home trail the Pirates 3-2. Earlier today was the Yankees over the Rangers 9-2, and the Twins helped the Nationals 7-5. PWHL, Game 3, Boston, Montreal, punch over at 5. That series had a game apiece. From the CFL, the Stampeders announcing a 2-year extension for quarterback Vernon Adams Jr. And at the 2026 WHL draft, the Oil Kings with their first pick in the second round, selecting Braden Dean, while local product Kane Strudwick selected in the 4th round by the Tri-City Americans. Coming up in hour 2 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by Edmonton Elks defensive back Carl Ford, and we'll speed things up in the Cantor Racing Report with Colin Livingston. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
It's Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
New at Papa John's. The spinach Alfredo chicken tomato pizza. Say it with me now. Spinach Alfredo sauce, grilled chicken, fresh Roma tomatoes, all on our fresh, never frozen pizza dough. 4 favorites, 1 pizza. So let's run it back. The spinach Alfredo chicken tomato pizza. Right now, a large for just $18.99. Delivery or carry out. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Wondering what you can afford? Let Go Auto do the math with our free car loan calculator. No pressure, no awkward convos, just quick answers on your budget and payments. Bad credit? No credit? We got you. Text CHECK to 780-777-7777. That's CHECK to 780-all-7. Find out what you qualify for and start shopping with confidence. Go Auto. Drive what you love with payments that make sense.
Cantork has turned 25. That's right, 25 years of building tools so good, they practically torque themselves. Hard work and innovation equals problem solved. See our latest designs at cantork.com.
Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Join play-by-play announcer Ben Showman for the game live on Sports 1440. The Toronto Blue Jays are on Edmonton's home for all things sports. Sports 1440.
Action Electrical Solar Team is now making a play for sustainability and savings. They're specialists in powering up for a greener future.
That's the strategy. Designing and installing high-efficiency solar panels. They're helping homes and businesses combat rising utility costs by harnessing the power of the sun.
A smart move for efficiency and the environment. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
What if you could hire motivated, safety-trained youth with no risk and funding to support you? At Careers the Next Generation, we make hiring easy with funded internships across Alberta in trades, IT, forestry, and more. Interns are WCB covered, complete high school accredited safety trained, and arrive ready to contribute from day one. With 42% of RAP students completing their apprenticeship by age 22, you get skilled workers faster. Spots are filling up. Visit careersnextgen.ca today.
For over 60 years, the folks at Diablo Boots have been selling the best Canadian-made boots. Handcrafted in Winnipeg, Canada West makes the best quality cowboy, biker, and work boots for Diablo Boots with replaceable soles and heels. Why buy cheaper quality like Ariat, Justin, and Red Wing made in China when Canadian-made is better? Support Canada's workers and Diablo Boots for the best boots. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Canada West and Diablo Boots, the 2 best names in the boots business.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Leading Edge Physio. We treat pain and injuries head to toe and some other issues that might surprise you, like incontinence, vertigo, neuropathy, and cognitive issues. We invest in the technology, techniques, skills, and people that know how and what to fix. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
This is Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Here's Jason Gregor.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
.307, welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. As always, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. When I look at what's going on in sports, man, it's a fun time of year. We got golf going on. Of course, F1 is back. IndyCar race. You got playoffs for the NBA, playoffs for the National Hockey League. MLB is going. And the CFL will kick off this weekend. Training camp gets going on Saturday with medicals, and then they'll be on the field for the first time on Sunday. It's going to be at Clark this year. So for any fans who want to come and watch, even easier, just park in the parking lot, boom, you're in. Sunday, my understanding is there'll be no pads, and then the first pad practice will come in on Monday. And it's crazy, man. They got 3 days of camp, and then boom, you got to make 10 cuts on Tuesday. So it goes by quick, very quick in the CFL. And our big guest of the day joining us in studio, brought to you by Silent Ice Center. And hey, speaking of big, Gene Simmons, big tongue, big star. He's in concert at Silent Ice Center. You can get your tickets right now. It's coming up later this year. So get your tickets, Silent Ice Center, as we are joined by all-star defensive back from the green and gold, Tyrell Ford joins us in studio. Ty, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. It seems that you know more about training camp than me. I didn't know about the cuts after 3 days. I didn't know we weren't in shoulder pads for the first day, so I'm learning.
Hey, man, well, that's good. That's my job. It's my job to know what's going on. So that's good. But you're back in the secondary, of course, where you reside in the defense. Really, defensive front, a lot of same guys coming back. A few new guys. Linebacking core, same guys. Great competition, I think, for the middle linebacker. And then you got all the secondary guys coming back. Last year, there was a lot of new faces, and I think it took some time. I think the defense was called, and we had, I'm not talking out of school, JC Sherrod admitted, like probably a little passive early on and then got more aggressive as the season goes along. So having known the whole playbook, you know the system, you know the D coordinator, how much better do you think your defense can be at the start of this season?
Yeah, honestly, I expect to start the same way we finished last year. We have the same group of guys. I know early in the season we had a lot of injuries too, and guys were playing all over the place. And the only consistent pieces were me and Kobe beside each other.
Okay.
So now that everybody's coming back and they kind of played together towards the end of the season, I'm pretty excited to see how it goes, and just hopefully our offense can all come together because we got a couple new pieces there. But I'm excited for the season.
So as a guy, like I know in the corner sometimes you're kind of out there on a corner and a little bit of an island, but obviously for a defense to function the best, there's guys know, you can adapt and run plays. Like I remember that game in BC where they kept overloading one side of the field and just didn't have an answer to it. They always outnumbering guys. Do you feel confident that there's just the understanding, the knowledge, and the experience of a group that it just allows your defense to do more, maybe coming from a defense that you had in Winnipeg?
Yeah, for sure. I think the fact that everybody's back and everybody had a year in the system, I think it allows us to do a lot more. A lot of people can play a lot of places or line up at one spot and still do the job of somebody else. So we can kind of manipulate the quarterback that way. And I think it gives us a lot more options on what to do.
Is it like playing strong side or short side? Does it, as a corner, is it that big of a difference for you? Like, obviously, I'm assuming when in the far side of the field, you got a little bit longer time, right? But so do you prefer where you play? Like, is there one side where you're like, hey, I'd like to play both, or you just, no, I like my side, I'll stick here?
Yeah, well, I think the boundary side it's a little bit more exciting because you're definitely more involved in the game.
Yeah.
I think at the field side, though, I think you have more opportunities to make big plays, to get interceptions and stuff, where on the boundary, it might just be knockdowns or tackles, but you're definitely more involved. So I feel like they both have their goods and bads.
Prefer?
I guess I prefer field corner right now because that's where I'm at. But honestly, I don't really care where I play. I just want to be out there. And
that's fair. Different for you not having your, like, how's it been adapting? I know you played without your brother before, so it's not like you've never done it before. But is it a little weird that he was part of your team and now he's not?
Honestly, no, not really.
Okay.
We didn't even really live together when I was here. And obviously he's a quarterback. He's there super early in the morning and they're super late. So the only time we really seen each other was at practice.
Okay.
And I mean, practice hasn't even really started yet, but again, I didn't really see him at practice. He was kind of just the quarterback. I didn't talk to him or do anything. So now we just kind of have our phone calls at the end of the night and just go from there.
Is it fun playing against him?
Yeah, I would say yes. And if sometimes I get nervous going against him, I don't know why.
Well, because you don't want the brother to have bragging rights. I could see it. It's like, God, if he wins, I'm gonna have to hear it.
Yeah, but then at the same time too, like I feel like it's kind of tough because I want him to be super successful.
Right.
But if he's playing me, obviously he can't be successful. So I'd rather me be successful.
Yes.
So it's kind of like if I do well, he does bad. So it's kind of tough. But I mean, I'm always down to play against him, competitive.
Now, what about the you mentioned the defense. You guys bring a lot of same faces back. Offense, they've changed the offensive line, brought in some new faces. There are a few new receivers. As a DB, do you like to go up against the receivers to kind of know what you have in teammates early? Like, can you get a gauge as a DB? You're like, okay, here's a new receiver, and you can tell pretty early if this is a guy who can help us?
I would say yeah, but I don't really look at it as like just a DB versus receiver. I look at it's just offense against defense for the next 3 weeks or whatever it is until our first preseason game. And I guess people will come out and they'll shine through when we have our team sessions or skellies. But just like being able to win one-on-ones and stuff, that's not really impressive. I feel like the receiver's supposed to win. So when you don't, it's kind of an issue.
Okay. So why just because the receiver knows where he's going? Is it easy to say? Like, is that the most simple way to break it down? When you have to react to what you don't know if he's running a slant right away.
Yeah. I think the reason why one-on-ones is so hard, it's not even that part of it. It's the fact that there's no pressure. There's no like time count. They can run double moves, triple moves. Like, It's just a whole lot for just one-on-ones where there's no other factors. There's no safety help. There's no linebackers. There's no rush. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into it.
So fair to say you're not a big fan of the one-on-one?
Oh, no, I love the one-on-one.
You do? Okay.
I love them.
Okay.
Honestly, it's probably one of my favorite parts because I know the receiver is supposed to win. So the fact that it's even more challenging, I love it.
Okay. How do you feel? Where did you improve as a player last year?
I think my tackling got a little bit better than it was in Winnipeg. However, it still needs to get better. And I think that's always going to be my biggest thing to work on. I think my knowledge of the game and my athletic ability and my coverage skills are already kind of pretty good. Obviously, still working on those things, but I think the thing that needs most improvement is tackling.
Terrell Ford joins. So, because you guys don't have a ton of practices with pads, and it's not like you're going to want to crush your own teammates. So, how do you get better as a tackler?
All it is I just need to, because a lot of times I run in there and kind of just dive. I just need to wrap up. It's really simple. I just got to practice a little gator roll on the pads and stuff, but it's hard. I feel like it's hard to think about it in the moment.
Okay.
So
you just need to kind of tackle through guys more?
I would say, well, when I dive, I go through, but sometimes like I'll hit them and I'll kind of just bounce off. So I need to hit them and also wrap at the same time, hold a leg, at least for some of my other teammates to get there. Worst case scenario.
Who do you think's the best tackler in the secondary?
Best tackler in the secondary? KJ's a really good tackler. Chalen and K1 are both really good tacklers. And even Cobb's a pretty good tackler. Cobb's small, but he doesn't really miss tackles. So, yeah. And honestly, everybody's pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah.
So.
Now, there's always healthy competition. Like, you work as a group, especially on the defense, but, there's the secondary unit, then there's a linebacker unit. You guys all work together, but there is the fun, healthy competitions. Like, are you guys playing basketball together as a secondary group? What are you doing to kind of bond and get as close as a unit?
Yeah, there was a couple guys playing basketball before, but I just wasn't up here yet, so that's kind of tough. But no, I think honestly the biggest bonding comes from when we're in our meeting room. The DBs, like, I think if someone was lucky enough to come in that room, they would understand it. It's just a good group of guys. The vibes are always high, and we're always challenging each other.
Now, is Cordell, like, on the field, usually there's one or two guys that chirp more than others? Fair to say? On most teams, like, there's always a few guys. Like, I don't know if it's even across the board, or is your secondary group pretty yappy?
Yeah, we're a pretty yappy group, especially if someone starts it. It gets pretty crazy. But I would say either Kenny K1 or KJ, probably the
Those
most.
are the two guys that will kind of
Yeah.
get. Now, what about you? Are you pretty kind of a low demeanor? I'm not going to talk unless someone talks first, or
Yeah, I'm a pretty chill guy till someone gets me going. But I feel like I feel like I get better when people do that. So
okay. You kind of like it?
I'll take it. I like it. It makes me play better. So
now, as you get to know your teammates and your receivers, because training camp is a lot. You outlined there's a lot of offense versus defense, and I know after the end of training camp, guys kind of get sick. They're like, "Hey, I know he's going to be my teammate, but you're competing for a job for the first few weeks. Like, even though we for the most part, who the starters are, but it's never 100% guarantee, right? So you go hard against them. Who are the receivers you like to go against? Like, who are you looking forward to? I think you're living with Zach Mathis. Now, he's more of an inside guy, so I'm not sure if you get a lot of coverage against him, but who are the guys you're looking forward to challenging yourself against with in practice?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. I feel like we have a lot of receivers we brought in, so I don't really know who's going to be where or how it's going to look. But I definitely do want to try to get a couple one-on-one reps in the slot because I feel like it's a little more challenging.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more fun for me, but we'll see what happens.
Because Mathis is unique just because of his size.
Yeah.
Right. At 6'7". If I'm a quarterback, most of the time I'm like, let's just throw jump balls.
Yeah.
Right. Because more often than not, he should come down with it. There's no DBs that are 6'7" in the CFL.
Yeah.
Not sure there's many DBs that are 6'2".
Yeah.
Right. Like there might be a few, but
JJ, maybe.
maybe, right? Like that's it. So now speaking of him, JJ Ross came in as a rookie last year. He really, I found his stride in the second half of the season. As a fellow corner, what did you see from him that gives you a lot of confidence that he can be a difference maker for you this year?
He's like a real technician. He comes out early all the time to practice, always working on his press and his footwork and stuff. So I think in that sense, he's a real pro. But I think his confidence really grew. I felt like he came into camp and he was like there last year. So he kind of was like, okay, I belong. But then when he finally got that chance to start, he really kind of ran away with it. And he's like, yeah, I belong here. I'm one of those guys. And obviously at boundary corner, I think it was a really good spot for him.
The corner and the halfback on your side, right, on the field side, and it's going to be one of the Williams most likely. I think it's probably Kobe's job to lose, but Jalen Williams was here too. How important, how do you build continuity? Because you two work in tandem a lot more than you and JJ, for instance. Obviously, I was on their side of the field. So what are the key things working with your halfback on your side of the field?
Well, I think the good thing about, the important thing about having a good defense is your communication's got to kind of be the same all the way around.
Okay.
So it's kind of stuff that we'll go over in meetings. So whether it's JJ beside me, Cordell, Kobe, it doesn't matter. We have the same terminology. So when I tell them something or they tell me something, we know what's going on. And I think it's important to have that all across the board. So anybody can play anywhere.
Okay. And what about Aaron Grimes, former DB? Right, came in as a coach, and I talked to Aaron lots, and he'd been coaching me before, but not at the CFL level, and said it was a great learning experience for him last year. What did you see from a coaching perspective that you do you look forward to say, here's some things that he can help me as a coach this year?
Yeah, he always, one thing I love about AG is he's always getting on me. I find sometimes in my technique I can get a little high, and he'll hammer the little details, because I feel like that's when stuff, if you're not doing little details, that's when stuff gets bad. And so he's good at staying on those. And just the way he breaks down film and stuff, it just makes the game easier.
So when you say high, you're coming out of your couch a little too high? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I just start too high. Sometimes I start drifting. I get a little too high. So it's a whole bunch of stuff. And he's always telling me keep my shoulders down because I keep my body down and just little stuff like that.
And it is funny. You've been in the league. You've had a lot of success in the league. But the small minutia is really what separates guys to being all-stars and just being good.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's I remember today, I was on the field today and I didn't do any crazy drills. All I was doing was just keep my shoulders low. I did all my breaks and just shoulders low. They were 3-step breaks, and that's all I did for an hour.
So who are you on the field with today?
Myself.
Oh, right. So down at just so no one else is out there, just you.
Well, there were other guys out there, but I was by myself.
Oh, okay.
Doing my own thing. I think it was a couple D linemen or something. So.
Okay, so I'm not 100% sold on this. So you're allowed to go down as long as there's no coaches. You can be on the field by yourself, right?
Oh yeah, it's just it's like a normal, I guess a recreation center.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just the indoor field.
Oh, the indoor field.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So you're just using the indoor field, which is a public facility, so no problem. What would your off season look like on a day like a week by week basis? Give our listeners kind of a sense of what Terrell Ford is working on, and is it like a progression of what you're doing all year?
So just strictly for the off season?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll give you a standard day back home. So I'd wake up 8 o'clock, nothing crazy. I get my little Tim Hortons every morning. I can't help it. I need my little ice cap. And then I go to the gym and I lift, and I just lift as heavy as I can, as much as I can. And it doesn't matter what the day is.
What's your rotation? Are you doing back, and then you do bench, and then you're doing legs? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'll do upper, and I'll do lower, and then sometimes I'll do shoulders and abs kind of.
Okay.
And that's just for the weightlifting part. And then after that, I'll go to my university and I'll use the field. I'll do all my DB drills. I'll do a lot of sprinting and stuff. And then I'll go play basketball with Trey. Well, he'll be with me for the on-field session. I'll run routes for him and stuff, and He'll throw for me and everything, and then we'll go play basketball for like 3 or 4 hours.
Really?
And then yeah.
And then you guys are just playing what? Head to head, 1-on-1? You playing horse? What are you doing?
If there's people in there, we play just 4-on-4
Every day.
Every day.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So now when you say I just lift as heavy as I can, so because I know like weightlifting's changed. So are you just looking for like, so if I'm let's just use deadlift. I think most of our listeners know what a deadlift is.
Yeah.
So when you're deadlifting, you're just in there and say, okay, today, and I'll just pick a number, 500. I want to do 1 rep of 500, or do I want to do 2? Like how do you work to that?
I feel like it just depends on like what you can handle. I just feel like I go in there and lift just as much as I can. Like I'll get up as high as I possibly can. I'll do as many reps as I can, and then I just go back down.
What do you mean you go back down? So like, let's say you do 5 reps at 500, then you do like 6 at 450, and
I'll just do like another 5 at 400, and then 5 at 300.
Okay. So you kind of build up to it.
Yeah,
and then
kind
you
of
come
like
down.
a little pyramid.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And you don't have a set standard of numbers that you
no,
try to.
not until my body says it's done. That's it.
I like that. So, but you obviously have like a set plan of, okay, today's lower, then tomorrow's upper, and then like some days it's chest, some days it's back. You're kind of rotating around.
Yeah.
Right. Do you find for a DB, like I'm guessing, like do you do footwork stuff? Because you gotta be quick out of breaks, right?
Yeah,
so what are you doing to work on that?
I feel like every DB knows there's just like standard drills that you do, like box drills and just like normal breaks, like 45s, 90s. I just go and I'll do the whole route tree. So I'll do back down the line, 45 each way, 90 each way, post corner, and then I'll do go ball, and then I'll do a couple like double moves, like post corners or like dig return. I'll go through all those.
Okay.
And then I'll sprint.
How many sprint? Like, what do you do for sprint? Like just feet on the field?
Sprint. I have lasers, and I'll time myself, and I'll run until I'm happy with what I get.
Really? Okay, I like that.
I don't really have like, people are like super structured.
Because Trey said he actually admitted when I had him in the studio that he thought you were faster than him.
I am faster than him. Yeah.
So when you're doing your sprints, you're doing 40 meter sprint?
I'll start with 10, and then I'll go 20, and then I'll go 40.
10, 20, 40. And then how many would you do? In like one daily session, like how many 10s would you do?
Is it a good session or a bad session?
Good session.
A good session. How many 10s? Probably at least like 25, 30.
25. So you do 10 meters, and then obviously you slow down. What's your rest period between each one?
However long it takes me to walk back.
Oh, okay. And then you do 20. That's it. And then you'll do 20.
Yeah.
And then when you go to 40, you're obviously not doing 25.
I'm not doing 20. I'll probably do like, well, again, if we're talking good day or bad day.
Yeah.
Good day, I'd probably run maybe like 4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay. And on a bad day, you're like, because you just
like 20.
Oh, on a bad day, you're doing more because you're trying to get.
Because I need a certain time.
Okay. So what's your so you set yourself, I got to run my 40 in whatever, 4.4? Or like, what's your running at?
Yeah, like I would say if I don't run at least a 4.5, I'm going to be there for 3-4 hours trying to get it. And if I don't, eventually when it hits
what's interesting about that is the more you do it, it's harder to get it.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
So
that's just life.
Okay.
Hard.
All right. It's hard. I like it. Terrell Ford joins us in studio. We'll take a quick break. We'll return. It's the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Rivalries run deep in Alberta football.
Edmonton all the way. Calgary rules.
But when it comes to the best snack for 3-down fun, there's no Battle of Alberta. It's a clear winner.
Wilhock Beef Jerky.
The one thing every Alberta fan agrees on. So whether you're watching the game from your recliner or in the stands, make it a part of your game day.
Wilhock Beef Jerky. Because you don't win games with salad. Only available in Leduc.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your supplier of maximum comfort, bringing you the cool AC you need. You just have to
call Legacy.
Call Legacy. For comfort at night when the hot air suffocates you. For comfort in your wallet with no payments or interest for 1 year. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. You deserve comfort. Cool off today with AC from Legacy Heating and Cooling.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, healing doesn't have to feel heavy because in our SwimX aquatic therapy pools, you literally float your way to recovery. Whether you're dealing with arthritis, back pain, joint injuries, post-surgical rehab, chronic pain, balance issues, mobility challenges, or just feeling a little creaky, warm water and gentle resistance have your back, your knees, and your hips. Trusted by pro sports teams and rehab hospitals, our SwimX pools help you move sooner, hurt less, and recover faster. So take the load off. Let the water do the work. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
A huge thank you for making Sports 1440 the most listened to sports radio station in Edmonton. From Gregor to Curious to Low Tide, we've got in-depth analysis on all your favorite sports. We are Sports 1440.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country. Craving a dining experience that rises above the rest? Head to Summit Restaurant in the Silent Ice Center, just minutes from South Edmonton Common. Savor exceptional house-made pizza, delectable entrees, and expertly crafted cocktails in a stylish, modern atmosphere. Perfect for a casual meal or a special night out. Summit offers a refined experience where every bite and sip reflects our dedication to quality. Elevate your dining experience. Make Summit Restaurant your destination tonight. I'm good to go.
With Mortgages to Go, you'll be good to go. MortgagesToGo.ca says yes when the banks say no. That's why Alberta has trusted Mortgages to Go for over 23 years. If you need cash and have equity in your home, you're approved instantly, guaranteed. Call 1-888-888-5998. That's 1-888-888-5998. With Mortgages to Go, you'll say, I'm good to go.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Sherbrooke Liquor, the best place for wine, cocktails, and beers from all over the world. Also, a variety of excellent non-alcoholic options. See more at SherbrookeLiquor.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
We continue on Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Terrell Ford remains in studio with us. Of course, All-Star corner for the Green and Gold training camp. They have medicals on Saturday, and then first day of training camp is Sunday. It's at Clark Stadium all year long for training camp this year. And then their first preseason game is just over 2 weeks away on the 23rd of May. So how, Terrell, how is medicals even a concern? Is it pretty kind of cash for you?
No, it's pretty casual. I'm all good to go. I actually lost some weight, so I'm feeling good. I'm feeling a little better. But yeah, I'm not worried about it at all.
So when you say you lost weight, like what are you gonna weigh in at camp on day one?
Well, I got a little test done the other day. I was 189.
Okay.
But I think I left the season at like 199. So
10 pounds.
Yeah.
Now do you feel is that better if you're lighter?
We're gonna find out. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like when I'm heavier, I have more energy. But obviously when I'm lighter. So kind of trying to figure that out.
Has 199 kind of been normal what you played at most years?
Yeah, 197 and
okay. And really, like if you weighed 189, you could easily be 192 in a few days. It's not like it's a few pounds isn't a big
difference. I just get outside of my diet, I'll go right back up.
Oh, you can put on weight pretty easy?
Yeah. Not bad. Well, I just got like sometimes I got a real sweet tooth.
Oh, buddy,
So
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a sweet tooth guy. Like what? So on your cheat day, what's your go-to sweet? Like what's your sweets that you are like, I gotta have these?
Well, my cheat day now will just be like a medium pizza. But before, when I didn't have a diet, I wouldn't even consider it a cheat day. But if you go to Walmart, there's a red pack of M&Ms, the peanut butter ones,
Oh yeah.
the family ones. I could eat the whole thing in one night. Like easily,
no problem, right? So that doesn't happen very often anymore.
Nah, I can't remember last time I did it.
Oh, really? So like, could you even have a handful, or do you just like?
I just have blueberries now.
Just blueberries.
That's my.
So you're like during the season, it's pretty much no sweets.
Well, I have my ice cap in the morning, but that's like one thing I'm not giving up was my ice cap. So
Okay.
I gave up all the other stuff.
Okay, everything else ice. So like, there's never like you guys burn so many calories. There's never like one time during the like. What about when you guys have your rookie party? You don't have any like, hey, we're having pizza or nothing. Never.
I'll have like sometimes I'll have pizza probably like maybe once a week,
Oh,
but
okay.
I just get cheese and pepperoni. It's not too bad. It's
Okay.
not that many calories.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Now, are you a chef? Like, because I know you're actually living at your brother's house this year, renting it out with. I think you mentioned Zach Mathis is with you.
Yeah.
right.
And
who-
Rankin.
Rankin. Okay, so two offensive guys. Who's the chef?
Definitely not Zach. He don't really cook. I don't know about Rankin. It'll be my first time living with him, but sometimes I'll just eat plain ground beef, or I'll get steaks and I'll just barbecue some steaks.
Okay, that's it. Veggies, no. Pasta guy, no.
Eggs.
Oh, I love eggs.
Yeah, maybe some like potatoes or broccoli or something like that.
Okay, yeah. Steamed broccoli, I find, is kind of idiot proof,
Yeah,
really, because I
yeah.
can do it. So then I
Yeah.
think, because I'm not a chef by any stretch, but I'm like, I got 2 pots, I can make
Yeah.
broccoli. Do you feel what's your thoughts on the CFL rule change? I know they don't, well, the 35-second clock comes in this year.
Yeah.
So how is that going to change for you as a player, do you think?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I haven't really thought about it too much. I mean, I guess I'll think about it more when we'll probably have a couple situations in training camp where we test out the clock and see how it's different. And we'll probably have a couple meetings on what to expect, what's going to be different. But for now, don't really have nothing.
And you saw the rules will come in next year for the playoffs, extra playoff games, more teams in the postseason. The season's going to start earlier as well. What do you make of that?
Yeah, the earlier start to the season, I'll probably like it because I've been bored the last little bit. I can't
That's
watch.
a long off season of training.
Yeah, I can't watch TV. I can't play video games. I'm just ready to play ball. So I think I'll like that. And as far as the rule changes, I think the goalpost goes in the back of the end zone.
Yeah.
Which I don't.
It's going to be, and the field's going to shrink down 10 feet.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. That makes my job easier. So that don't. But I think the end zones go to 10 yards. I love that rule.
Yeah. Oh, see, you're
No more
like
corners. No
yeah.
more corners. Don't gotta worry about it.
They're to say, hey man, I just extended my career 3-4 years.
Yeah, it's easier. So
And that I actually like the playoff change. I know some people are like, oh, that means the regular season is meaningless. I'm like, I don't really think so, because the advantage, I think a lot of people underestimate how much rest is an advantage late in the year in football, because you're broken down. Like there's a lot of wear and tear. And if you can finish first, right, then you win your game. Now you get a bye. Well, the other teams are playing, which you would have before. But usually I've looked at how the CFL works. Teams that are expected to be good in the regular season, they often have the bye week the second or the last week of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have multiple buys late in the season. I know some people, well, it's good you get out of rhythm. Every player I've talked to says, no, man, my body needs rest at that point.
yeah, definitely. I don't think I haven't missed any games, but I definitely haven't been, I'd say 100% healthy. I remember last year I was playing with a little cast on and stuff. So I think the little breaks are nice. But yeah, I don't know how it's gonna look with every team but one making the playoffs. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting, I guess.
Well, hey, your odds of making the playoffs go up.
Yeah, that's true.
Now this year, do you feel like, is there a little bit of heightened expectations in your room? They're like, hey, we got to be a playoff team this year.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Everybody on the defensive side of the ball's back. We brought in a bunch of guys. We paid a bunch of money. And I feel like we were a lot closer last year than a lot of people might think. There's a lot of games, I think. a good football team, we'd find a way to come out and win those games, and we'd easily would have made playoffs. So I think it's just kind of taking that next step, winning those close games instead of losing by 2, 3, or 1, being able to win those, and I think we'll be good.
Yeah, you early in the year, there's lots of games where you guys kind of gave the game away in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Right. And I think inexperience, safe to say, like from a lot of levels, I think, we talked to Coach Killam about it. Like there's lots that he learned, and JC Sherritt and the players, and, overall, disappointing in hindsight, but you probably feel a lot more confident that you're a group that should be able to handle those tight situations. So a lot of games are won and lost on a few plays at key moments of the game.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. And just like even our meetings where we already started going over like situation football, like we can't afford to make those mistakes at all this year. So
what do you feel like when do you look around the league a lot and look at other teams' rosters? Are you a guy like, who keeps track of all that stuff? Or are you more just worry about yourself and your team?
I'm worried about us DBs. That's it. Make sure everybody comes in healthy, everybody coming in ready to work and compete, and that's all I'm worried about. I'm not worried about nobody till we play. I remember a couple of people be talking to me, oh, like you got this game at this time and this game at that time. I'm like, I know we got Ottawa week 1. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's all you know. Right? Because then you get a bye. Do you like the bye early in the year?
I didn't know we had a bye.
Yeah, you had a bye in week 2, just like last year. So you play 1 week and then you got a bye.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we have a bye. So.
Well, I like that. Fair to say you're kind of a one game at a time guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you mentioned that you couldn't watch TV anymore. What were your shows that you binge watched or you got into this offseason?
Well, honestly, my favorite thing to watch is Planet of the Apes, but I watch the old ones. I love to watch the old ones. And then I'll watch a couple of the new ones, but Planet of the Apes, sometimes we watching some YouTube and stuff. I haven't really gotten into a TV show recently. I guess with my lady, I watched Perfect Match and something else. That wasn't really my choice. I watched like 4 episodes.
Oh God, you're just pained. Oh man. I know those, and everybody has it, right? There's, she might have to watch some stuff that you like, but I do find some of the show Perfect Match. Oh, thankfully I've never had to watch that show, but
I don't even know what happens. I didn't watch the whole thing.
Yeah, you're like, I got to go work out. I got to go do another sprint. Yeah, you can watch it tonight. Well, Terrell, always good to catch up with you, man. Thanks for coming in studio, and good luck on the season. We'll see you down at training camp this weekend.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
There you go. That's Terrell Ford, of course, from the Green and Gold. We'll take a quick break. We'll return on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. It feels good to know your fund goes further at home. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Got a car you're ready to part with? Find out what it's worth. Fast, easy, and totally free at Go Auto. We're talking top dollar trade-ins, whether it's a little worn or still rocking that new car smell. Just a few clicks, and boom, you've got your value. Text value to 780-777-7777 to start. That's value to 780 all sevens. Why guess what it's worth? Let Go Auto show you the money.
And now Action Electrical's testing team is on defense duty. They're the guardians of safety and compliance, a critical part of any lineup.
Precisely. They perform rigorous safety and code compliance testing for commercial operations. Think of them as the referees, ensuring everything is up to standard before disaster strikes.
Their preventative plays are legendary, spotting faults early. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All-Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All-Star Construction. And the directional drilling, hydrovacking, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. And yep. Since 2009, All-Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All-Star Construction is all about.
Your all-access pass to the world of sports is Edmonton's only sports radio station.
From pre- and post-game hockey shows to in-depth analysis from your favorite commentators, the action never stops on Sports 1440.
Don't let equipment failure stop you cold. At AWS Welding in Nisku, our factory-trained service techs are on hand for all welding equipment repairs. We're a fully warranted center for Miller, Lincoln, and ESAB. And we service all makes and models. Proper, regular service extends the life of your gear and keeps it running at peak capacity. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your service appointment today at 780-979-0470. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
Getting your vehicle sparkling clean doesn't have to cost a fortune. Take it into Hughes today and pay just loonies a wash.
Find us at hughescarwash.com.
Everything is going to be okay. Any business, regardless of size, can stumble occasionally. I'm Dan McDicken, a licensed insolvency trustee with Faber. If your business is facing financial challenges, our team of chartered insolvency and restructuring professionals have corporate debt recovery solutions that work. Schedule your free Faber Focus session at faber.ca today. Chances of a positive outcome increase if you engage Faber sooner rather than later.
Experience the home ice advantage with your window coverings. Novo Blinds provides factory direct pricing and fast turnaround on roller, zebra, blackout, drapery, and motorized blinds. Book a free in-home consultation at novoblinds.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Ewell, helping you finish your electrical project is their goal. From pot lights to electrical panels, the gear you need is at ewell.ca or in person at one of their Edmonton area locations. Ewell.ca, your partners in power.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Rolling through Thursday afternoon. Welcome back, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley. Big thanks to Terrell Ford for coming in studio. Man, he was fired right up. I love it. He is ready to go for the season. And great message for anybody. I like that you said, hey, man, on a good day, if I'm running fast, I'm not running. I love the fact that you chase that time. And what did he say? Life's hard. Keep pushing. It's a great little message for anybody out there, and kind of shows if you want to be an elite athlete, it's a lot of work, and it's commitment, and it's a lot of self-motivation. That's most athletes, just I feel in life in general. For the most successful people are usually ones who are pretty driven, self-motivated. They go the extra mile, whether that is, you know what? I don't care. You work on the rigs, you work as a teacher, you work in rodeo, you work wherever. The ones who end up having the most success are usually the ones who are they're committed. And they go to the extra mile and do the stuff that when no one's watching. And really for the athletes, like the games that's their fun. All the training is so they can have their fun. Now, let's get to the Racing Report, brought to you by Cantork, made in Canada, made for Canada, where extreme isn't theoretical. Find your solution at Cantork.com. As Colin Livingston joins us once again. And Colin, a little bit of a sad news, but it's kind of sad, but also a guy who was just a huge inspiration passed away. Alessandro, everybody called him Alex Zanardi. Of course, lost both of his legs in a racing accident. I think that was it kart back then, or was it IndyCar? I think
it's still called kart.
It was still called kart when it happened. And for a guy who had a lot of reasons to maybe complain, he sure had a pretty good outlook on life.
Yeah. And I mean, that just kind of goes to what you were just talking about. Like, not only are the best, and you can tell me if your experience is the same or not, but my personal experience has been, obviously way more to racing, but I mean, people are people. It's not just the people who are the most dedicated and disciplined, but they tend to be the nicer people as well that manage to get to the top. Like, I've been fortunate enough to meet a lot of really, elite athletes. We had a lot of racing envy when I started working with Alex back in the day, where we would work with, a lower budget, smaller team. And for the most part, we were pretty lucky, but I always looked at the big teams like the Penskes, the Andrettis as, like these guys are going to be the more arrogant. And, once we got to, see those teams from the inside, these Penske guys are like the greatest guys on the planet. They treat everyone so well, which, is obviously top down, and they hire, people that kind of exemplify what they're talking about. But that was also the guy like Zanardi, like you said, he had every reason in the world to complain. He got a really, really lousy deal in Formula One. Like, you finally make it to Formula One, but you're with the wrong team. Now, that doesn't mean that the driver's no good. Pundits and commentators will often, question a driver's ability, but the same guy Zanardi, once he left Formula One, gets into Champ Car kart with Ganassi at the right time, obviously, when they were doing well. He goes on, his rookie season, he's winning races, he's winning poles, he won championships. Like, the only thing that was missing from his resume is an Indy 500, but that was when Champ Car, kart, and IndyCar were separate series.
Yeah, so he didn't get to race.
You can't say he would have done it, but it wouldn't have surprised me that he would have. But, obviously there was, he went back to Formula One. It was not necessarily great. They saw that, apparently this guy can drive, but you can't, you can't turn chicken droppings into chicken soup. Like, there, you can be positive, but you can't take a bad car with a good driver and make it a good car. And, then he ended up back in Champ Car. So he went back and forth twice. He's famous, for many, many things. In Champ Car, he made what was called the pass. And if you talk to any open wheel person, at least in North America, and you just mentioned the pass, they'll know that was Zanardi on Brian Herta.
Yeah, that's when he went on the dirt.
Yeah, at the top of the corkscrew where there's no room. It was like a 1 in 100 chance. If you made that attempt today, as he did, you would have had to give the position back because he drove off the track. But, and then, his accident with Tag in Germany, which I think was like 2003, 2004, something like that. 2003, because it was just after 9/11 that, he was leading the race. Zanardi came in for a pit stop. Just a little bit aggressive and potentially hit some fluid on pit road, like some coolant or some oil. He spun coming off a pit road. Alex and Patrick Carpentier were on track at speed. And, this is the days where they were traveling at, 220, 230 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Zanardi right up on track. Pat saw him, got out of the way. Alex didn't, following so close to Pat, and just, T-boned him right in the strongest part of Tag's car at 230 miles an hour, hit the weakest part of Zanardi's car, and, ended up as with leg amputations. He lost 90% of the blood in his body. Like, the fact that he survived is crazy. But, again, he came back from that. He became a Paralympian. He won, Olympic gold. He won multiple marathons, like as a hand cyclist. And then it was actually through that ultimately led to his death, that he got into another accident in an event. His bike veered, like, kind of crazy situation, racing in Italy, kind of going downhill. His bike got out of control and he went into oncoming traffic. So not only has he been hit by an Indy car at, 200 plus miles an hour, then he gets hit by a highway truck at highway speed. He survives that, but, obviously cumulatively, took his toll.
Yeah, a life fully lived despite some severe challenges, for sure. And the guy will be remembered. He also was, now I don't know if this is true or not, but I was reading up online. Is he not the guy that they deem responsible for the burnout celebration?
Victory donuts. Yeah, that's
he was the first guy to do it.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that is a pretty, when you think about it now. You were the first one. That's pretty awesome, right?
Obviously, there were people who did it, but either in lower series, like he was the first one in a big series. Like now NASCAR, you do that every weekend.
Yeah.
And I would guess that a lot of, because that's also going back to the 90s now, and a lot of the new generation just, they don't know where that came from.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I got to witness a moment between Zanardi and Tag. 100% Zanardi never held Tag, accountable. Tag, I know it really bothered him for a long time. But there was a moment at the Indy 500 in about 2013 where Zanardi was there, and just beelines to Tag, and this big hug. They're both smiling. He knows that Tag's about to run the race. And, they actually became pretty good friends. I mean, the fact that they're both Italian and can, sprechen the same linguity, and however you would say that in Italian, I'm not sure, but it was really cool to see. So yeah, definitely going to be missed. And, again, we were making some jokes before we went live, but, this is a guy that's, if you looked on paper, had every reason to complain about everything. And he was just, always positive, always happy, and always succeeded.
And speaking of maybe being positive and excited, F1, the return to V8s, is it happening? You saw Lewis Hamilton. What I wouldn't give for F1 to just go back to a manual gearbox. It sounds that maybe as early as 2030, we might see V8s again.
Finally, the FIA seems to be trending in the right direction. President Mohammed Ben
still seems like a long ways away, man. Like, why can't they change it before then?
Because they just asked manufacturers, engine developers to build this new platform that have these guys have spent hundreds of millions of dollars developing their technology. It's not really practical to kind of change gears that quickly, but
no pun intended.
Honestly, it wasn't intended. But yeah, I think everyone the whole idea was when they came up with this expanded hybrid, which was going back now to they started talking about this in towards the end of the last guidelines, which is about 2020, that the only solution to minimize the carbon-based fuel seemed like it was to go to electric stuff. But over that short amount of time, in development, it's only been 6, 7, 8 years. In that time, the biofuel industry has just come, leaps and bounds, where you can, theoretically burn fuel with, minimal impact. So the racing is going to be so much better. While one team might get an advantage, the cars will drive properly again. They will sound like Formula One cars, not quite like in the olden days when they would rev up to 20,000 RPM. But I think, for the long-standing race fans, it'll be huge.
Quickly, other news in F1, probably the best race of the year, right? It's very competitive, lots of excitement. Antonelli won again, his third in a row. McLaren looks like they're better. Red Bull, definitely. Max had some speed. He salvaged it after spinning out, man. He's kind of lucky he didn't hit anybody. That's rare to see a guy spin out like that and not touch anybody.
On the opening lap, where
everybody's there. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Usually you spin out like that, you're done because you're making contact with somebody. And luckily for him, he didn't make any contact. Hamilton did as Colapinto hit him and basically he wasn't out of the race, but he slowed him down, it looked like, and so impacted his racing. But what do you make of this past weekend? And, because the first few weeks it was like, oh my God, Mercedes just literally going to run away for this thing. At least gives us hope to think this could be competitive now.
Yeah, I mean, it was really great to see Antonelli, truly driving like a championship contender. He had last year's world champion Lando Norris on his bumper for, I think it was the last 40 laps. He was there. He would get within about, a second and a half, 2 seconds. Antonelli wasn't cracking, wasn't making mistakes. There were decent battles in the midfield, although, Carlos Sainz wasn't too happy with Verstappen on his way through the field. The Miami turned out to be surprisingly good. And I think looking back, there's not really a lot of long straightaways in Miami. There's a lot of off throttle moments and not full throttle moments. So that gives the cars a chance to recharge, and then they can figure out more of when they want to deploy. Not to sound like the perpetual pessimist. I think Montreal, is that next weekend, 2 weekends? It's going to prove to be very challenging with these cars, because Montreal is probably the like, along with Monza, is one of the more full throttle tracks where they spend way more of the lap at full throttle. The braking zones are really small, and aside from a couple chicanes, you're pretty much at wide open throttle the whole way around. So that'll be, I don't think it's going to really treat these cars, or the cars aren't really going to treat that race too well, but it'll be interesting for sure.
Yeah, it should make it a lot more fun. Now, they got a break, and then they've moved. Now, I went to the F1 in Montreal. It was a fantastic experience. Obviously, it was my first time ever at F1, and it was amazing. The city really gets behind it. It was fantastic. But they moved it up to May, and I know they did it for calendar uniformity, but they're basically going to go back to Europe, right? And then they come back here. So I'm not really sure what the benefit is of doing this, other than, and like, I know that there's less chance of rain. I know, because I saw them. There was an article they're talking about the history of how many weekends it rains there, and the other weekend they had in Montreal that it would rain, and it had even rained when I was there. So I do get that. I know that the MS Bike Tour in Edmonton moved their MS Bike Tour after many years of studying to know that that's a weekend where there's more rain. So I get why they do it, but the uniformity one doesn't really make much sense to me at all.
It's part of the window dressing that they throw on their environmental initiatives to say, well, look, now Montreal and Miami are back to back, but like you said, what's the difference when you still have to package everything up, fly it back to the UK, unpack, repack, ship everything back to North America? You haven't really gained anything. And let's not kid ourselves. Well, historically, that's better for rain. It could still snow in Montreal.
Yeah.
To run in May is interesting, to say the least.
Yeah. So
hopefully, we got a lot of friends that run that operate the event, and obviously we only want to see the thing succeed. But again, I would rather see a race like Montreal, in July, August, when
it's going to be warm. Yeah.
It might be wet, but it won't be frozen.
Yes. Yeah. Fair point. And lastly, into to IndyCar coming up this weekend. He's already won. He's won this race 3 years in a row, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah,
any reason to think Polo's gonna not win it again?
Race, like, winning is not easy. There's so many things that have to go right. I wouldn't bet against them for sure. And it was only a couple races ago that we were talking about how the championship could be anyone's, while Kyle Kirkwood had a small lead over him, and 3 winners in 4 races. But they definitely seem to have found their stride. He's one of only 2 drivers that have won the Grand Prix and the Indy 500 in the same year, which he did last year. So, he's feeling pretty good to go back to Indy. It's going to be, while there's going to be a 2-week gap from this weekend's race, starting next Tuesday is all IndyCar, like Indy 500 practice. So while there won't be any racing from, Tuesday to Friday from 10, well, our time, I think 9 until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, live practice will be on, basically 6 hours a day. So there will be no shortage of Indy 500 coverage in my office.
It should be awesome. Great stuff. Colin, as always, we appreciate it, buddy. Have a great day.
Sounds good, man.
That's Colin Livingston. It's a racing report brought to you by Can Torque. Coming up, man, I can't believe it's already 2 hours into the show. It's flying right by on a lovely Thursday, May 7th. We got some stats of the day for you. Landon Ferraro will be by, Spec, Corey Lavalette, Cam Tate. We got lots of texts as well. A lot of it, green and gold texts. Your expectations for the Double E this year. We will see the 35-second clock. That's going to be implemented. I'm hearing rumblings there might be some other minor rule tweaks, nothing major, just some minor little ones here. So that's I'm going to try to get to the bottom of that here in the next few days. So we'll find out what they are. But first, let's get to the con man and a sports 1440 update brought to you by Fountain Tire. They're here for your vehicle needs and more with their digital vehicle report. They don't just tell you what your car needs, they'll show you. Book your appointment today at fountaintire.com.
This is a sports 1440 update.
In case you missed it, Rasmus Dahlin, Kel McCarr, and Zach Werenski were named the finalists for the James Norris Trophy, presented annually to the NHL defenseman who's judged to have demonstrated the greatest all-around ability at the position. And Oilers forward Isaac Howard named the American roster for the upcoming World Hockey Championships. On the ice, the Flyers trying to get back into their series against the Canes, trailing 2-0. Puck drop at 6. In the association, you got the Pistons and Cavs from Detroit at 7:30. Lakers and Thunder get going. OKC leading 1-0. Major League Baseball today. Pirates up in the Diamondbacks 4-2 in the top of the ninth. Elsewhere, Yankees knocked off the Rangers 9-2. Twins fall to the Nationals 7-5. Guardians over the Royals 8-5. Cubs beat the Reds 8-3, and it was the Rockies over the Mets 6-2 in a game they were making up from May 5th. In the PWHL, Montreal-Boston Game 3 tonight. Puck drop just after 5. Each team with a win. The Calgary Stampeders announced signing quarterback Vernon Adams Jr. to a 2-year extension. At the WHL draft today, second round, the Oil Kings selecting Braden Bean, while local product Kane Strudwick selected in the 4th round by the Tri-City American. Coming up in hour 3 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll get to the stat of the day, ask 5 questions, and be joined by Sports 1440 pre- and post-game analyst and former NHLer Landon Ferraro. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, the Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
What a performance by Action Electrical today. Their projects team kicked things off, designing and building with unmatched skill.
Then the service team swoops in for those crucial repairs and maintenance. And don't forget the testing team, ensuring everything's safe and sound before the solar team scores with sustainable energy.
A complete team effort. Have Action Electrical bring home a win for you and your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
Day or night, tasting just so right. You can order oodle noodle at oodlenoodle.ca, delivering you the news almost right away. Remember, you can order oodle noodle at oodlenoodle.ca. So stay on your couch all day and order oodlenoodle.ca. Oodle noodle.
This is you.
Hi.
And your cornhole team needs money.
Yeah, we do need money.
Plus, you've tried every fundraiser under the sun.
No kidding, and no one's buying my Cuban salted chocolate.
Scrap the chocolate and fundraise for your team, club, or charity at On the Rocks. Here's the deal. We'll create custom tickets for your events, which includes no cover, no line, and beverage before 10 p.m. Then you sell your tickets and keep all the profits.
That sounds easy.
It is. Fundraisers at On the Rocks. Book, party, cash. OnTheRocksYEG.com.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off $150
Connor Halley's
purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
I've got some good news if you've been thinking about a heavy-duty truck. The 2026 Ram 2500 Black Express is now at St. Albert Dodge. You've got 20-inch
Connor Halley
wheels, black Mopar side steps, body color, bumpers and grille, and a sport performance hood. Available in all the colors for $68,990. Plus, new this year, Ram's best-in-class 10-year powertrain warranty. Now's the time. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Buffalo soldier, tread like a glass. It was a buffalo soldier in the heart of America. Stone.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Elks Nation. Check out the elksnation.ca articles, podcast, and more breaking down the green and gold. The most in-depth doubly football coverage, elksnation.ca.
This is Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Here's Jason Gregor.
Brought to you by playalberta.ca.
Just after 4 o'clock. Oh, my goodness. I'm sure everybody has a song that when you hear it, it reminds you of something else. And Buffalo Soldier there, that song, Cons. I remember to this day, I have never seen a karaoke performance as good as that one that I saw in Belize. And so we were just on some little they had like a little bar. Basically, it was on the end of a dock, right? And people in the town, a small place, they're like, hey, you got to go there. I'm like, okay, sure. And this guy, like, you know, people been in there for a while, and all of a sudden, like midnight, this guy comes on and absolutely like crushes it. Like crushes it. Everybody in the place, like, oh my God, like he's not only could he sing, his performance is unreal. So every time I hear that song, I think of that performance because I was just like, oh my God, like this guy was good. He obviously wasn't his first time. He'd done it many times, but he was killing it. So there's always a few people that can rock out a really good karaoke, and that was him. He was fantastic. So
It's a unique song to really flex your pipes. Like I always think of My Way by Frank Sinatra. I've been to a few karaoke places where like the good singer in the crowd, that's their song to really let loose. But Buffalo Soldier, yeah, I can see why it would stick with you.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's the other thing. And I was not a song like that I'd listened to a ton, to be honest, prior to that. But after that one, every time I hear it now, I'm just like, all right. Barley would have been impressed. That's all I'll say. I think even Bob said, "Ooh, this is pretty good." Pretty good. So there you have it. Coming up, we got Landon Ferraro joining us, Spec Lavalette, Corey Lavalette out of Carolina. We'll also get to our stats of the day. It is the Gregor Show presented by playalberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website where 100% of the revenue stays right here in the province of playalberta.ca. And we got few things to look at. So why don't you know what? Let's get to it because I always like these. Our stats of the day. We'll get to a few of them. Some order related, some NBA and other sports related. Brought to you by All Star Construction, founded in 2009. They're the largest contractor in their space in land development, power, and gas installation, and they help shape and build Edmonton communities. That is All Star Construction. So a few numbers. Now I know, there's a few people pretty fired up. And like I said, I can understand if you feel that Evan Bouchard should have been a finalist for the Norris Trophy. I can understand. There are some legitimate numbers where you look and say, you know what? I think he's got a legit shot. So He led the NHL in points for defensemen, 95. Closest was Werenski with 81. Makar had 79. Dahlin had 72. 5-on-5 points, Werenski 47, Bouchard 46, Dahlin 45, Makar 39. If you look at 5-on-5, goal for, goal against, Hudson was the best of the kind of the top candidates. He was plus 37, 92 goals for, 55 against. Makar 75-42, he was plus 33. Dahlin 78-53, plus 25. Bouchard 87-69, plus 18. Werenski 81-66, plus 15. Power play points, Bouchard 33, Makar 29, Dahlin 22, Werenski 21. Penalty kill minutes, Bouchard played the most at 147, Makar was 146, Werenski 91, Dahlin only played 63. And there's lots of other stats that you can get into, right? I know people are looking at, Bouchard's offensive numbers. He gets to play more with McKinnon, McDavid and Draisaitl benefits him. Sure. But I can't punish a player if he's able to score with playing with good teammates. Lots of other guys do, and they don't produce. Last I checked, is Matthias Ekholm not on the ice the same amount of time? Right? If he is, why isn't he getting as many points? Right? So I don't think you can just use one stat for that. Right? If you look and say, hey, why is he not producing? You still got to do something to produce. So I never like to buy into that. I will say, historically, when you go look at guys who led the league in scoring for defensemen, usually you're a finalist. Not a winner, but a finalist. And 95 points, there's only 12 defensemen. He's now the 13th in NHL history whoever scored 95 points in a season. Like, it's a pretty good year. So I can understand why some are frustrated. As I said, I thought Makar, Werenski, Dahlin, Bouchard, Hudson, those are the top five, and they were going to mix around. And I'll be curious to see what the voting is for them. I'm sure someone will have Quinn Hughes in there, but to me, based on this year alone, no reason for it. Sorry, he's on way too many goals against, didn't score any goals. Why is he better than those guys? There's no numbers to match it this year for him. None. Right? It's not a reputation award. At least it shouldn't be. It should be based on what you do this year. And next year, it'll be based on what you do that year. Not what you've done in the past. Not, this guy deserves to win. He should have won last year. Now we got to make him win. Like, that should never happen. Personally, you shouldn't vote that way, at least for me. So, some other numbers to look at in the sporting world. I'm something that you don't see very often, Connor Halley. This has only happened twice. Actually, no, once since 1955 for an MLB team to have multiple 9-game winning streaks in their first 40 games of the season. The last team to do it, the 1955 Dodgers. The next team, the Chicago Cubs. This year, the Cubbies have already had 2 win streaks of 9+ games. That's pretty damn impressive. So a great start for the Cubbies if you're into the numbers game. And I really don't see why you shouldn't be. That is it's pretty impressive. Also, the Timberwolves lost by 38 points last night. That was their worst loss in franchise history. Previous record was 30. How about this? Were they Shaquille O'Neal yesterday? They went 16 for 31 from the free throw line. They missed 15 of them. And they had more turnovers than assists, 22 to 19, which is pretty wild. Also last night, how about the Buffalo Sabres, baby? They scored twice on the power play last night in 3 chances. Do you know what their power play was coming into the game? 1 of their previous 44. That included the Boston, and then at the end of the regular season, 1 for 44, and all of a sudden they're like, you know what? We're going to wake up tonight against Montreal. They went 2 for 3. They scored 4 goals on 16 shots. Wild. Another thing last night, the Anaheim Ducks. Oh, my God. I just wonder if Dostal's a little irked. Just a little bit. So last night, Vegas scored. The game's over, right? Anaheim's winning 3-0. Vegas scores with 5.6 seconds remaining in the game. Now, Anaheim still won. So I'm sure it's not a huge concern at all for Dostal. But it is interesting to note that the Anaheim Ducks, they had a shutout in their opening game of the season on October 12th, 2024. They haven't had a shutout since. There's been 171 shutouts. Or sorry, they played 171 games without a shutout. Since Anaheim had a shutout on October 12th, 2024, the rest of the NHL has had 285 shutouts. 267 in the regular season, 18 in the playoffs. Most shutouts in that time by team, Florida and Ottawa each have 15, Colorado, Minnesota 14, the Islanders 13, Carolina, the Oilers, LA, and Winnipeg each have 12. None for Anaheim, 1 for San Jose, 4 for Seattle. Every other team has had 5 or more. It's just a wild stat that you can go 171 games now without a shutout, and you're 5.6 seconds away from ending it. But it did not end for Anaheim last night. So there's a funky little stat for you in our stats of the day. When we come back, Landon Ferrauer joins us. It's the Jason Gregor Show, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Your protein drink should work as hard as you do. That's why Booster Juice is hitting the gym harder than ever, brother. Meet your new gym buddies, the Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers. 2 new ripped and refreshing menu options that bench some serious protein. Perfect for pre or post-workout. Way Too Good and Green Gains Booster Mixers taste like motivation. So what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Booster Juice. Canadian born, blending since 1999.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. It feels good to know your fund goes further at home. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense. You've got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need: Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939, we're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
What's that? Is that actually spring? Like no snow squalls or bad weather tomorrow? It's actually spring? Well, GS Construction welcomes the warmer weather because that means we can really get to work. Now, it doesn't matter if there was bad weather. This is our time to shine, but we can't do it without good people to do that work. That's why GS Construction is hiring pipe layers, topmen, and heavy equipment operators. If you want to join a team who loves their work, visit gsconstruction.ca today.
Start your day with a blast of sports. Kevin Carius, along with Brandon Douglas, brings the fire, the fun, and the fearless takes. Weekdays, 7 to 11. Text Kevin, 883-401-1440. Mornings with Sports 1440.
Attention Alberta construction pros. For over 50 years, Japa Equipment Rentals has been your go-to for top-notch equipment and stellar service. Whether you need rentals or expert maintenance, we've got you covered. Stop by our Edmonton or Calgary locations today.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, junior chicken, or chicken snack wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
Well, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the Power Play 24/7 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at ewell.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
The tents are up and the deals are out. The Brick's biggest sale of the season is on now. Pick up to 6% off clearance items in the tents. Sofas start at $3.99 and save up to 50% on select mattresses. Get a sofa, coffee table, mattress, bed frame, and dining set, all for less than $1,500. Only at the Brick's tent sale. See you in store for details and exclusion. The Brick, saving you more.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on now. Get a big deal on a 2026 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package. Visit your Alberta Ford store today.
Portions of this hour brought to you by On the Rocks. They've got $3 mini Rockstar burgers from 5 to close, drink specials all day long, and salsa lessons starting at 8:30. Check it out on Jasper Ave and 118th or online at ontherocks.yeg.com.
This is Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Here's Jason Gregor.
Brought to you by playalberta.ca.
.422 Thursday afternoon as you make your way almost out of the office. Maybe some of you are already gone. Some of you coming back from golfing. I know old young Josh was a little sore. He played his first round of golf. He walked the course. A little bit about it. So, hey, pace yourself, boys and girls. Don't go too far. Now, when you're taking 120 strokes and you're walking, it's a little bit harder, Cons. So it's a little bit harder on the body, I would think.
Heard he plays Army golf too.
What the hell does that mean?
Left, right. It's all over the place.
Hey, Gregor, is there a stat of giveaways leading to goals from Northside Lou? Yes, there is. Well, there is. We had Sport Logic had it, and now this was through 70 games of the season. At that point, Bouchard had played 70 games. He was at 11. Werenski was at 10. Makar was at 12. So there you have it. Because I know, and like I've tried to say to people, oh, Evan Bouchard has weight. No, he doesn't. It's just you see them more because you live in Canada, and those make it on Sportsnet and TSN. In the United States, you don't ever see the Cale Makar giveaways, and it's not because they don't happen. It's because on Sportsnet and TSN highlights, they don't show them. But they'll show a lot of the Edmonton ones, and sadly now, they know that gets people, oh, guess what? If we put this one on, oh, it's going to go viral. That's what they do it, right? That's how it works. So Bouchard could have one giveaway a month, and that won't be shown 50 times. Makar could have 10, and you wouldn't see it. Different market. Right, now, Bouchard still has giveaways, don't get me wrong. But Sport Logic crunched the numbers on giveaways that lead to goals. And Makar actually had more. That's it. Now, and the last 10 games of the year, I don't recall any bad giveaways for the Oilers. That was probably their best 10-game stretch defensively. So I'll have to ask Mike for an update on what the end of season totals were, but I don't get it. Hey, Greggs, I love your stats of the day. Where do you dig this stuff up? A little bit of research. That's why we call it Stats Today. I think you're a sports fan. You like different stats. I always try to find some that are a little bit outside the norm. Research some of my own. Others I find in different places. So it's good. Let's get to the oil report brought to you by Go Auto. Looking for a car, truck, van, SUV, you name it, they got it. Any color, any brand. They got 33 brands, 73 locations, and 15,000 vehicles to choose from. Go Auto.ca is Landon Ferraro, former NHLer, analyst on Sports 1440 and on Sportsnet, joins us. Landon, how you doing?
Doing really good. How are you doing?
I am excellent. Quickly, Bouchard not being a finalist despite leading the league by 14 points. It's kind of rare in the NHL. That, like, I thought he would have a hard time winning, but I thought he'd be a finalist. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Like, it's now looking at it, like, it's so easy to see why he's not. You know, like, I live in Vancouver, obviously surrounded by the Quinn Hughes talk of all this year, and you know, he finally gets traded, and for the next like 3 weeks, all I had to listen to was all these people talking about how amazing Quinn Hughes is, right? Like, he moved a little bit more east, and all of a sudden the whole East Coast discovers, oh, this guy's really, really good, right? So for Bouchard, he's kind of in that same thing over here, but then on top of it, he has the McDavid talk of that's the only reason that he does what he does. And when he makes mistakes, they're massive mistakes, but it's the same outcome as when Makar makes mistakes. It just doesn't look the same, but it's right. Like, it's the same thing that ends up happening, whether it's a chance against or a goal against. So to me, it's unless you really watch and you see what Bouchard does game in and game out, when he's on on top of his game, he's a phenomenal player that, yeah, of course McDavid helps things along, but he also makes a ton of plays when McDavid's not on the ice and creates things on his own. He's, you know, I guess the easiest way to say it is, you know, for the past 2 years, I've been doing the pre and post, so I've watched more Edmonton games than I ever have. And like, my opinion, not that it's completely flipped, but it's definitely gone to way more of respecting Evans Bouchard's game as a whole, not just a guy that can score on the power play or make a pass to McDavid and then he does the rest.
Yeah. Well, the thing when people say, well, he plays McDavid and Draisaitl, I'm like, yeah. I said, yeah, so does Matthias Ekholm. I don't see him putting up 95 points.
Yeah, and it's not like Makar's having to play with a real bad center up top as well there in McKinnon.
Yeah.
Right? Like, all these arguments, you can easily just throw them the other way, but if you just look at the numbers, like, they speak for themselves. He had the points. He plays the PK amount that you would need, like, on top of it. Like, to me, there's no reason that he's not in that top three.
Yeah. And you know what? Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter. You know what? In a weird way, I think if you're an Oilers fan, you look at this and Bouchard's got to pull out a Michael Jordan, right? And use it as motivation, right? And that pissed me off. And away you go, because you can always find different things if you want it. Maybe he doesn't care. Who knows? But he had a good year. I'll say this: Makar, Werenski, Dahlin, Bouchard, Hudson, those five I thought were the five finalists. And in any order, you could make an argument, depending on which stat that you valued more, as to why any of them could have been first, right? So I don't think it's a travesty that he's not in the top three, because I didn't think he was going to win anyway. So maybe I'm just whatever on it. But I thought he had a really good year, and I do think the one thing, right or wrong, that he would like to reduce is the big gaff giveaway, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you would want that out, not even just for the betterment of the team, just so that he doesn't have to sit there and hear it anymore, right? Like, he must sit there some of these times when one of those massive mistakes happen. And, it's kind of the same thing. And it's not just him. It's when anyone makes throws a big pizza up the middle and causes a turnover and they score, like, your feet just feel like they're stuck in cement for what feels like an hour, which it's, 3 seconds after the goal goes in, and you're just standing there kind of looking at the net of like, what just happened, right? Like, to me, I imagine that he wants that out of his game so he can let the rest of it talk, right? And, if we go back to the nomination or non-nomination, like, yeah, I'm sure he cares a bit, but at the end of the day, like, he cares about winning, just like the other guys in that locker room at the top, like a McDavid and Draisaitl. Like, to him, whatever needs to be done to make sure that they have a better chance to win than they did this year, and just keep improving after taking a little bit of I don't want to say a step back, but a step back in a sense. to me, it's just needing to clean that up. And there's no reason that he can't. Like, to me, it's just about being a little bit more focused in those random, Tuesday night games throughout the regular season, because you don't see him do this stuff in the playoffs because he's fully engaged.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It is. I think the Edmonton Oilers as a team, and Draisaitl and McDavid both admitted at the end of the year for the first time that they kind of took the regular season for granted a little bit. There were times where their interest level and attention to detail wasn't, and I know you can't be there 82 games a year, but there was lots, it wasn't close enough at key moments in games. And I think it'll start, and that'll be one side. Like Bouchard reduced, he's always going to have giveaways because everybody who touches the puck that often has giveaways, right? Like the funny part is all people have to do is go and look at Sport Logic and other places who use video to track the giveaways. And guess what? Bouchard, Makar, Werenski, Hudson, they're all up there. They're all up there because they have the puck a lot, right? Now, they also have high danger giveaways too, because not every giveaway is equal, right? So I think if he reduces that a little bit, it's going to still be high, but if he reduces it, that'll show to me that the team is taking the regular season more seriously, and I think they need to.
They do, for sure. I mean, I feel like, I don't know how many times I had to kind of preface what I was saying with, I know I've said this so much over the past 2 seasons, but you can't start slow and just know that you'll be able to come back from it, or have a bad stretch and know they'll be able to turn it on for playoffs. Yeah, it works from time to time, and it worked the past couple of years, but that's not a way to plan to be successful, right? There's stages in a season, and when McDavid talked about it, Draisaitl kind of talked about it. There is stages in a season that there's kind of those little check marks you want to click or tick off as you go along, and they didn't do that last year. And to me, it's you can call it overlooking a bit. I think it's a bit of the team was a little tired. I think they knew that they didn't quite have the same type of pop that they had in the past couple of years. And it was almost a coping mechanism of, explaining to themselves why things weren't going as they wanted them to, right? You can use it both ways a bit, but looking forward, it's about trying to make this roster and fill it out as best as you can, especially up front. If the whole team can play a better game, I don't want to say defensively, but just all around the ice, play a legit system that they've bought into and work into, and I guarantee you see less Bouchard turnovers as well as everyone else. But you'll see Bouchard tighten up a bit more because guys will be in the same spots more often. The amount of times this year that not just Bouchard, but defenseman or that low forward that's playing, kind of below the goal lines, they get the puck, they look up, and there's not one person open. There's a couple guys stretching. There's another one kind of across the ice. There was a lot of icings and things this year. Is just a bit disjointed. So if you can bring that all back together, guys will clean up within it because it just makes it easier.
Landon Ferraro joins us. Landon, now the season is over, what do you expect? Any significant changes in Oilers management, coaches, big trade? You see anything coming this offseason?
I mean, to me, the only one that I realistically see would be if they wanted to make a change at the coaching staff level. That's the one to me that seems the most realistic, I guess. Yeah. If you look at the players, okay, you want to make a big deal. What is that big deal? Who are you trading? You see all over online and stuff that, okay, back to the goaltending stuff, and, they need to trade Jari and all that. Okay, you can have all these ideas and want to trade people, but other people are going to have to want to make the trade too. You can't just start throwing people around and making up all these decisions. There's a lot more that goes into it. So I don't see a big trade coming. I also think that, I'm not sitting here saying that Jari is going to be the answer, by any means. He's got a long way to go to get himself back into, the conversation of being like a really trusted goalie. But if you look at Ingram and you look at him, to me, a lot of it is what's in front of them. When the Oilers are playing solid, they don't give up a lot. They give up shots from distance, shots from the outside for the most part, and with better view. Like, Ingram, to me, can handle that for the start of the year. Like, that's not something that I think they need to go rush into, well, to be honest, like they did last year during the season and rush into that trade. And now they're dealing with it, right? So, to me, it's looking up the lineup a bit more and leaving that back end.
Yeah. Well, Murphy, obviously, I think they got to re-sign. That to me would be, I think, a big priority. Jason Dickinson. Where do you come out on? There's lots of talk that the Oilers are considering that maybe Draisaitl and McDavid, play together. But the only way that can happen is if you have Nugent Hopkins and Dickinson. Otherwise, they have no other center. There's zero chance it can happen. And I'm not sold. It should happen, but it seems like it's something they're considering. Where do you come out on that?
Yeah, I feel like you and me are pretty on the same page with this one, that they should be on separate lines. No?
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's been your stance for the most part?
Yeah. Like I can see the argument to put them together, but then the argument is, well, you know what? Then they can play one way, the other three lines play the other way, and look at the team down the stretch without Draisaitl, blah, blah, blah. I get all that. But the other side to that is I'm like, hey, I get McDavid can be a little short as far as patience with line mates. Well, grow up then. That would be my argument to that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Grow up and play with your line mates. Figure it out. I still believe the best teams have two lines that are dangerous. And if you play McDavid's line, like, limit them at penalty kill, and then the minutes can be spread out. Power play, of course, they should be there lots. You play there, you can still rotate the other lines, no problem. And they can still get their 20 minutes. They just don't need to play 23 minutes.
Yeah, like, to me, it's, you said, like, you need to have two good lines, to be a good team. Like, realistically, you need three, right? Like, no one, when you get to playoffs, like, you don't even really talk about the top two lines unless one of them's not scoring, right? Like, other than that, you talk about that third line they're the difference maker, or in this playoff, it seems to be fourth lines that are stepping up, right? Like, so to me, having those two together, okay, so now Nugent Hopkins is your 2C. Let's be real, like, is he going to be able to do that for a full year? Be that 2C and handle those minutes? It's a lot different than playing on the wing. Still a really good player, but is that what you want? And then Dickinson sitting in the 3 slot, like, to me, that's just, it's wasting potential that's there. To me, it's about splitting those two up, like you said with McDavid. Okay, like, you can have Draisaitl if you'd like, and you guys probably won't make it very far. Or we can split you two up. You figure out how to make it work with your line mates and keep pressing them to move forward. And we have a much better chance to be a good team. Like they said in their year-end press conferences, like all those guys, players did, that they'll do anything that the coaches or management, whatever it is, if it's going to mean that they're got a chance to win, they'll do it. So make the decision and put it in his court to really act on it.
Yeah, no, 100%. You can't, hey, I'll do anything to win. Well, if it benefits me. So I would agree with you there. I think that it's, you want to try it at times. Sure. I still believe come playoff time, if I'm like there, okay, we got to put one line out to defend McDavid's line, and then we got to put one line out to defend Draisaitl's line, makes us better. And the other thing is, when McDavid and Draisaitl played at 5-on-5 this year, they didn't dominate like they had in the past. So now maybe if they get back to dominating, that changes my opinion on it a little bit. But even then, I'm leaning towards, I think your team is better when they're on their own lines. You want to play them together sometimes. Okay, sure. If you want to change it up a few times a year, I'm all for that. I don't believe that line 1, 2, and 3, and 4, they got to stay there all year long and continuity. I'm like, give me a break. You change your lines.
Like, to me, it's, you have them on the separate lines, and it's not even just when, okay, you're down one with 6 minutes left. Like, okay, yeah, get them out there a couple times. To me, it's even more you're playing really well, but it's a tight game, and you get that first goal to, get yourself up 1. So now it's 3-2, whatever. You put them back together for that next momentum line too, right? Like using them in that sense where you've just grabbed a ton of momentum from the other team and then they see those two jump over and you're like, now we've got that, right? Like that's the type of like mind games I'd like to see with those two, is not just when you're down, but when you take that first lead and throw them right back out and try and have a massive momentum shift in the offensive zone, like using them that way and then split them right back up. But try and use them as that, like when that wave is coming, like who do you want to not see come over the boards together? It's those two.
Yeah.
That'd be terrifying to see.
Yeah, no, makes sense. I totally agree with that. Landon, great stuff, buddy. We will chat with you next Thursday. Have an awesome day.
Yeah, you as well.
There you go. That is Landon Ferraro. Joins us every Thursday here on Sports 1440. We'll take a quick break. We come back. We got 5 questions, spec, Lavalette, and more. It's a Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca, the Daily Grand. Your chance to win $1,000 a day for the next 20 years, $7.3 million. Get your tickets, PlayAlberta.ca.
You got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939. We're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
When your project can't afford downtime, call Japa Equipment Rentals. From excavators and wheel loaders to compaction equipment, Japa has the machines you need. Trusted since 1972. Visit JapaEquipment.com or stop our Edmonton or Calgary locations.
Day or night, tasting just so right. You can order Oodle Noodle at oodlenoodle.ca. Delivering you the news almost right away. Remember, you can order Oodle Noodle at oodlenoodle.ca. So stay on your couch all day and order oodlenoodle.ca. Oodle Noodle.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See? Not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Your weekend hotspot is at On the Rocks.
Party with Edmonton's best bands every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And we got them all.
From the Varkels to Tallboy, Radioactive, Curves, the Brute Squad, Morningwood, Roxilla, Punch Buggy, and more.
Plus, the guy who keeps the party going every weekend. DJ Kenny K on the ones and twos, live.
Get ready to have a good time this weekend.
Your bar, your party. You're On the Rocks.
On the Rocks.
Jazz Brab and 118th.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
This summer, it's coming. An unstoppable force that will turn your home into the Sweatbox.
Don't live in a summer blockbuster. Pro Solutions is your one-call solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. With fast appointments and flexible financing, we'll make sure your home story has a comfortable ending. AC season is coming soon, so book today.
Lock in pre-season pricing today.
Visit ProSolutionsInc.ca to schedule your service today.
Bouchard Concrete Products. From concrete and septic tanks to blocks, precast water pads, jersey barriers, and aggregates. Farmers, contractors, homeowners. Plan your next project at BouchardConcrete.com. Family owned, over 60 years pouring. Bouchard Concrete Products. Once again, start here. BouchardConcrete.com.
O'Hanlon Paving is looking for finished skid steer operators, finished grader operators, Class 1 drivers, and more to join their Edmonton Road Crew team. Bring your positive attitude and great work ethic to their job fair, Friday, May 8th from 10 till 3. Visit o'hanlonpaving.com/careers.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Mortgages to Go. Need cash and have equity in your home? Mortgages to Go has you covered. When the bank says no, they say yes. They've been doing it in Alberta for over 23 years. Call 1-888-888-5998 or visit mortgagestogo.ca.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.447. Welcome back, Gregor, Hallie, Kruger, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching the show. As always, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website where daily grand, $1,000 a day. For the next 20 years, get your tickets, PlayAlberta.ca, and the brick, the tent sale is on right now. And this is the package that you can get. There's lots of great ones, but you get a sofa, a coffee table, mattress, a bed frame, and a dining set, all of it for less than $1,500. Act now. The brick tent sale at thebrick.com.
It's time for 5 questions on the Jason Gregor Show.
All right, Jason, as we know today, Evan Bouchard will not be a Norris finalist this season. Led all defensemen in points. Do you think he'll ever win a Norris Trophy?
Good question. Yeah, I think there's a chance for sure. He's going to have to change a little bit. He'll have to improve his he doesn't have to be Jacob Slavin to win. Okay? He doesn't. There's lots of guys who won who weren't great, but he's going to have to reduce some of the big giveaways. It just is. So whether it's fair or not, optics matter for some people. They're like, just think about how our brain is wired, right? Your spouse said one thing she didn't like about you or he didn't like about you, but then told you 10 things they really liked. What do you still remember? The one you don't like, right? It's kind of a weird thing in our brain, but kind of have a tendency to focus on the negative, and people will rank a negative memory and remember it. I don't know the exact number scientifically what it is, but it definitely remembered more than positive ones. It's unfortunate, but a lot of people are like that. Not all, a lot. So he'll have to overcome that. But you know what? He's not very old. He's young. He's a very skilled player. I think there's a chance. But I would say it's not like it's like a lock, right? But he'll have a decent chance.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like I think obviously like he's still growing. There's still things to clean up in his game defensively. If that happens, for sure, because the offense is there. We know he's, I think, perennially going to be a guy who's top 3 in points defensively. He's going to be playing with talented players to do so. So I think there's a chance. But their reputation precedes them, and cleaning up the defensive errors, I think, would go a long way. Question number 2 for you: a lot of people out there, maybe it's just the people that I run with, want to see Taylor Hall win the Stanley Cup. The former Oiler, of course, maybe a little bit of a bias. Is there any player out there individually that you would like to see hoist Lord Stanley?
Ooh. Yeah, I can't say as I get, ever thinking about it that much. Taylor Hall is the player I know the best, right? We still communicate with each other. So he would actually, him and Martinuk. I know I've gotten to know Jordan, right? Great dude. So yeah, that team has 2. Colorado's already won. Vegas has already won. So, but if I had to pick a team, it's easy for me. The team that I would like to see win right now is Buffalo.
That's fair. Yeah, for me, I mean, Colorado has won, but Brett Kulak hasn't. So I mean, he's a guy I wouldn't mind seeing. Seeing he seemed like a good guy. That'd be the one that probably stands out to me. And just sticking with Buffalo, Rasmus Dahlin, kind of outlined it already. But all that he went through this year, I think it was a pretty tough year for him. It'd be cool to see him be rewarded at the end of the season. Question number 3, we had Tyrell Ford in studio today. It was a great chat. Is there an Elk you're most looking forward to seeing at camp next week?
You know what? I'm going to go with the quarterback Powell. That's the one for me. Yeah. And then a close second would be Austin Mack, just because obviously they paid him big and see what he does. But I'm going to go with Powell. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stick in the wide receiver room. For me, it's Zach Mathis, year 3 with the team. Just that size. You're coming at 6'7". We talked about like jump ball. The possibilities they can have if he can go up and high point the ball, he can be a weapon. Not only in the red zone, but you need a first down. Just kind of put it up in his direction. He should go up there and win those battles. So he's a guy I would like to see take a step this year, 3rd in the CFL. Question number 4 for you. Bayern Munich done in the Champions League. So that means Alphonso Davies could get some time with Canada at the friendly level. Of course, they played Uzbekistan here in Edmonton. How important do you think that it is that he gets out there and plays with the international team?
I don't know. You'd like him to get into one friendly, I guess, prior to it. But if he doesn't, I don't know. Pretty sure Kucherov won a cup after not playing all year. So I don't know. It's not like Alphonso Davies is going to forget how to play soccer. So if he gets on the pitch, great. If he doesn't and he's ready to play for the World Cup, even better.
Yeah, the first one in Edmonton, you'd like to see him play. The 4 days later, taking on the Republic of Ireland, and then you're a week away from it all getting going against Bosnia. I would like to see him out there. Just looking at his stats here from the last couple of games, he played 24 minutes yesterday. Prior to that, 14 minutes coming on as a sub. Before that, it was 45 minutes. So I wouldn't want him to play the entirety of a game, but I certainly want to see him out there, get the touches, be out there with his team, and going to get that familiarity. So I think it is important for him to get out there a little bit. Doesn't have to be a full 90 minutes. Final question for you today. It was on this day in 1997. The Fifth Element was released starring Bruce Willis. It was the most expensive European movie ever made at the time. So in honor of that, I'll open it to TV shows as well. Favorite movie or TV show made outside of the United States?
Well, I'll have to be honest, Cons. I didn't know that Fifth Element, which I love the movie, by the way. I didn't know there was a European-made film, which is great. Like, I don't really care where the movie's made. That never really comes into my, like, oh, I like this movie because it's Canadian-made or American-made or European-made. That doesn't really matter. So I did look it up because I wanted to make sure I got a movie that was made in Europe. And for me, it was easy. The City of God. I don't know if you've seen that one, but it's about 2 kids who are in Rio and just the different paths they take. Phenomenal movie.
Good pick. One, if I was going to go with a TV show, Netflix had Squid Game out of Korea.
I never watched it. Was it good?
It was good. Yeah, definitely a good show to binge, especially now with the hockey declining. Even night off, a good show to watch. When I was younger, I liked this movie called Shaolin Soccer. It was just like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Is that what that? It was like that, but they play soccer. Random movie we stumbled upon, and just to wrap it all up, there was one, the Train to Busan. I haven't seen it, but that's on my must-watch list. I know it's old. I think I got the thumbs up from Declan Kruger for that one. So that's another one for me that I would like to watch.
Okay. That's fair. I never watched Squid Game. Like I saw what it was about. I never got into it. So I don't know if there's anything that's that I would want to watch about. Like, did you like it? Was it good? How would you say?
Oh yeah, it was good. I mean, the storyline, the premise of it, basically they're picking up these people, and if you don't win the thing, you die. So essentially it's intriguing in that aspect. I would say, like, you're kind of hooked from the first episode. And then for me, it was just, how does it end? I had to follow through to see what happens. What was the next game they were going to play? Things like that. But we watched the second season as well. It was pretty entertaining.
All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll take your word for it. There you go. But yeah, City of God. Have you seen it? Well, probably not.
No, you're right. I've heard about it.
Highly, highly recommended. It's a great movie. Coming up, Mark Spector will join us. Also, we'll talk about a team. Like, I'd ask the question for any of our listeners. A team or a player that you want to see hoist the Stanley Cup this year. They're down to 8 teams. We're almost halfway through the second round. Who, right now, if you had to pick out of the 8, which team do you want to see hoisted and why? 833-401-1440. Let's get to the con man and a sports 1440 update brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. And it's finally happened. 0% financing on heavy-duty trucks and also 0% financing on half-tons right now at NorthgateGM.com. And while you're there this weekend, check out the brand new Autoplex. It is awesome.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
In case you missed it, Rasmus Dahlin, Cale Makar, and Doc Werenski were named as the finalists for the Norris Trophy presented annually to the NHL defensemen who have demonstrated their greatest all-around ability at the position. And Oilers forward Isaac Howard named to the American roster for the upcoming World Championships. On the ice tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes looking to take a 3-0 series lead over the Flyers. Puck drop just after 6 o'clock. In the association, the Pistons trying to take a 2-0 series lead over the Cavs. And then at 7:30, you'll have the Lakers trying to even up their series with the Thunder. Major League Baseball finals today. Yankees over the Rangers 9-2. The Reds fall to the Cubs 8-3. Rockies over the Mets 6-2. And the Pirates doubled up the Diamondbacks by a score of 4-2. Right now, Athletics lead the Phillies 4-0 midway through the first. And the Marlins up on the Orioles 2-0 in the second. In the PWHL, we got Montreal and Boston Game 3. That series tied at the game of peace. Puck drop in about 10 minutes' time. In the CFL, the Stampeders announcing a 2-year extension for quarterback Vernon Adams Jr. In the 2026 WHL draft today, second round first pick for the Oil Kings, they selected Braden Dean, while local product Kane Strudwick selected in the 4th round by Tri-City. Coming up in hour 4 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet. Corey Lavalette will join us to discuss the Hurricanes, and we'll hear the latest edition of Cam Tate's 2-minute warning. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
A lot of you love hockey season. But when it comes to construction season, you're not as excited unless you work for GS Construction. It's true. As one season is winding down, ours is winding up with all sorts of great projects to make the city we live in better. And our team is hiring. GS Construction is scouting for pipe layers, topmen, and heavy equipment operators. So if you want to score a great job, visit gsconstruction.ca today.
Your protein drink should work as hard as you do. That's why Booster Juice is hitting the gym harder than ever, brother. Meet your new gym buddies, the Way Too Good and Green Games Booster Mixers. 2 new ripped and refreshing menu options that bench some serious protein. Perfect for pre or post-workout. Way Too Good and Green Games Booster Mixers taste like motivation. So what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Booster Juice. Canadian born, blending since 1999. The tents are up and the deals are out. The Brick's biggest sale of the season is on now. Take up to 60% off clearance items in the tents. Sofas start at $3.99 and save up to 50% on select mattresses. Get a sofa, coffee table, mattress, bed frame, and dining set, all for less than $1,500. Only at the Brick's tent sale. See in store for details and exclusions. The Brick, saving you more.
There's still time to book your tournament at the Ranch Golf and Country Club.
As one of Alberta's top tourney courses, the Ranch makes hosting fun and easy for any group or business. No matter how unique or unusual, they'll accommodate your vision for an event no one will soon forget.
Start planning your tournament today at their beautifully landscaped course on the outskirts of West Edmonton. On-site event coordinators are here to help, but hurry, availability is limited and booking fast.
Visit theranchgolf.com.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3, saving you more money with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 Select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 Select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Summer is calling. Is your vehicle ready for the road trip? Get ready for the season at Nisku Ford with offers that turn up the heat. Right now, you choose how you save. Finance your new vehicle with rates as low as 0%. Or choose massive cash rebates as high as $12,500. Whether you're hauling the boat or packing up the family, we have the Ford you need for your summer adventures. Start your summer upgrade at niskuford.ca. Nisku Ford, above expectations.
Mr. Rooter gets attacked by a Canada goose.
Oh, look at that. Another on-time arrival. Nothing stops Mr. Rooter from plumbing on schedule. You gotta be kidding me. Hello, Mr. Goose. I'm Mr. Rooter. Okay, this is what you train for. Through rain, sleet, or goose, the pipes get fixed.
For a plumber who does whatever it takes, Mr. Rooter.
Portions of this hour brought to you by 01 Athletic Care. Injuries don't wait, and neither should you. 01 Athletic Care offers one-stop access to doctors, x-rays, and casting. It's expert musculoskeletal care covered by Alberta Health right in West Edmonton Mall. Move from injury to recovery. Book now at 01.ca. That's ZERONE.ca.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Just after 5 o'clock, welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Hanley, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca. How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. It's always brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. And, of course, NHL playoffs continuing tonight, as do the NBA playoffs. NHL lone game tonight has Carolina and Philly. Then you have Montreal, Buffalo tomorrow, Vegas, Anaheim. And then finally on Saturday, Colorado and Minnesota. Like, it's just kind of strange. They had 3 days off in between games, but they will get back at it on Saturday. Meanwhile, in the association tonight, the Lakers, that is a big hill to climb as they take on the Thunder tonight, and the Pistons looking to also go up 2-0. I just think we're going to see Pistons, Thunder, Knicks, Spurs in the conference finals. And that Spurs Thunder, that's going to be a hell of a series. And I think whoever wins that's probably going to win the NBA championship. Meanwhile, in the NHL, we asked you, we got a lot of votes for Brent Burns. Many people are fans of Brent Burns. Also, you have Brett Kulak getting a lot of love from the text line. Wanted him to get in. So, we'll see. Hey, guys, I just want Anaheim so the Oilers can lose to the Cup champs for a 5th straight year. From Jason. Well, that would be wild. That would be true, actually. Could you imagine? Jeez, that got to be some sort of record, I would think. I think they're actually Edmonton. I think it was Boston who had lost 4 years in a row against the eventual Cup winner. I think they did it 4 times too. So, let's see. 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. As we get to, that's where you can text us who you want to see win. Get to the Spec Report, brought to you by GS Construction, your underground infrastructure specialists who are hiring pipe layers, top men, operators. Also, you're just looking for a career. Check it out, gsconstruction.ca/ look up careers. It's Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Joins us on this Thursday afternoon. Spec, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. It's take out all the stuff that you tarped all winter and carry it all over the yard day here.
Oh, yeah, buddy. Oh, a little spring cleaning comes earlier for sure. And you know what? Yeah, you get lots of people like, geez, I got all my raking done. I've got everything out. You get, you bring out your cushions for your furniture outside, all the fun stuff.
Yeah, I've never looked forward to this hit so much as I did when I was carrying one of those 60-pound Adirondack chairs from front to back.
Got to get you a dolly spec.
I got one.
Oh, there you go.
Believe me.
Night. You're one of the voters, and I know we can't say who we voted for to one, but I thought like this. I voted now. I don't even remember. I know it's 10 plus years. And I would say this was easily the most difficult Norris Trophy vote I've ever had. Like there was lots of guys. You had Bouchard, you had Makar, you had Werenski, you had Hudson, you had Dahlin, you had Mo Seider, Miro Heiskanen. Like it was a really good group of defensemen this year. And Werenski, Makar, and Dahlin are the three finalists. Are you surprised by that at all?
I'm not overly surprised. Like to be surprised would mean that one of those guys is a total dark horse that you never considered. So that I'm not surprised. There was like, I'm with you. And everyone's in agreement. This was one of the toughest Norrises ever. I am surprised that Bouchard can have the offensive year that he had and not be a finalist. I wouldn't have expected him to win. I did not have him first on my ballot. I had him second. But I felt like any time, first of all, there's all the defensive metrics. He killed a bunch of penalties. He blocked 100 shots. Like he fulfilled a lot of the defensive metrics that we look at. But the thing that gets me, Jay, is he becomes one of only 10 people in NHL history as defensemen to score 95 points. One of 10 guys to do that. And to me, that's a pretty elite group and a pretty elite season. That surprises me that he does not get recognized as a finalist. Yes.
Yeah. It doesn't happen very often. And you know what? If you're Bouchard, you use this as momentum in a way to say, okay, you know what? I have an opportunity to prove that, hey, I belong there. I belong to be a finalist in the future. Everybody has different goals. And because when I look at Bouchard's season, he had a very good season. There's no question about that. He had a really good year. Early on, like a lot of guys, and even during the year at times, when you see the big errors, I thought Edmonton's attention to detail lacked all season long, and that's one of them. If we see that, we're never going to see it, never, because when you have the puck that often, sometimes mistakes are going to happen. I don't worry about it. But I look at Bouchard, and I just think this is a great opportunity example for coaching staff. You come in next year, and Draisaitl talked about it, McDavid talked about it. This team has to take the regular season more seriously. They just do.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic that here in Edmonton, where we've had a lot of individual trophies, and everyone is in agreement that it doesn't matter anymore. We're not after those. They've had their fill and had their share. To me, playing the kind of hockey, like going on a search for the Norris Trophy, is exactly what Evan Bouchard needs to do. Evan Bouchard needs to play the kind of game that the voters look at and go, oh boy, did he clean up his defensive game? Look at how well he's played. The big error, it's not there. He's still getting north of 80 points or whatever he gets. So I guess I say to you that, like, I'm not saying it about McDavid and Draisaitl. They've had their share. That's not where their game needs to go. But if Evan Bouchard has a Norris season next year, we'll be looking at his game and saying, holy man, did he have a good season? So that's how I see it. We all know why he didn't get it, Jay. We all know why people vote against him. Those mistakes he'll have to eliminate to make this team better. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. The last night, the Buffalo Sabres, they had been 1 for their previous 44 on the power play, and then they went 2 for 3. They won the game 42. Yeah. They had 16 shots on goal, scored 4 goals. I know that shots are down in the NHL now, but man, like it's, hey, power play matters. I think we've seen that, but you look at that Sabres team spec and like, where do you come out? Like, how good do you think Buffalo is?
Well, like, I'll rephrase your question. Like, are we done being surprised by Buffalo now? Do we look at them now as a true cup contender? I don't know. This is a team that was dead and buried and about to miss the playoffs for the 15th year in a row back in November when they fired their GM. And now we're saying, I mean, they certainly look like they got an excellent chance of getting to the third round. I'm not picking them yet to beat Montreal, but it's going to be right there. They're a good team.
Yep.
And all of a sudden you're like, holy man, who had Buffalo as a conference finalist, right? Any guy that picked in any forum for any newspaper, website, you name it, nobody had Buffalo as a conference finalist here. So, man, all bets are off. I like a good fairy tale. What the hell, don't you?
I honestly, like I said, if I had to pick a team that I'd like to see win, it'd be Buffalo. Just because we don't like now I know they're not really an underdog because they finished first in their division and second in their conference. But teams that are unexpected winners, like, hey, Florida was a good team. Edmonton's being a good team. They didn't win, but them being in the final wasn't a surprise. Vegas is a good team. Tampa's being a really good team. Colorado was a dominant team in 2022. Like, there hasn't. St. Louis kind of came out of nowhere and surprised people.
They did.
Washington was good. Pittsburgh was good. Chicago, like, you don't see the surprise teams very often. So that's an underdog story. I still don't think they're a favorite by any stretch, but it'd be kind of fun to see them win.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things here. First, they got to beat Montreal. Montreal didn't give them a great game last night. So let's be clear there. There's a lot more to give for the Habs. The second thing is Carolina is probably better than both those teams. And the third thing is, if you think they're going to beat Colorado in the Stanley Cup final, I'll take some of your money. So, I mean, I'd love to watch it. It'd be tons of fun, but there's a lot of road left here for Buffalo. I enjoy watching them, though. I like the way they play. Hockey is Jason, it is in such a great place. All the teams that are winning, that do well, are playing the kind of hockey we all want to watch. There's no crappy trap teams succeeding anymore. The faster you play, the further you go, the more games you win. The young, good teams are Anaheim, and they're Buffalo, and they're Montreal, right? And there's San Jose. Like, I love this. Hockey's and teams like LA, we're figuring it out down there, boys. It just doesn't work to play that style, and you better find a new style to play. And that is so good for the game.
Yes, very much so. They're fun to watch, exciting. The Anaheim Ducks, Beck, that's two games where, like, they played pretty well in game one against Vegas. Like, I'm sure Oiler fans watch that and they look and say, hey, if Edmonton's healthy, could it be different? Like, Anaheim beating Vegas won't surprise me than what I've seen through two games.
No, not at all. And I was quite impressed to see, like, I was saying this on Carius' show this morning. We all sat up here in Edmonton and said, if you can get Anaheim into a 3-1 game, a 2-1 game, you got them right where you want them. They're not going to be able to play that kind of hockey. Well, would they win by last night? That was a fairly low event game last night. And they got a couple clutch goals at a couple clutch moments, and they won on 3 goals. They sure as heck didn't come close to winning the game against Edmonton on just 3 goals. Everybody scored 5 a night. So, that's a new element for their team. If they're going to start winning games 3-1, man, I better take another look at that Anaheim team. They might be better than we thought.
Oh, yeah. No, hey, they're learning as they go for sure for the Anaheim Ducks, and it's pretty fun to watch. We talked about this, Spec, and so if you're the Oilers, and it's been a week, right? Yeah, it's been a week since they lost. Yeah, they lost last Thursday, so it's been a week since they lost. If you're going to make any changes, management or coach, probably got to come right away, does it not?
I would say early next week. Like, one of the things we've forgotten in Edmonton by playing 4 rounds for a couple of years is everything happens so fast. Like, you get eliminated on June, whatever it was, 22nd or something. And man, the draft's in like a week, and July 1st is 10 days away. And, it was a track meet between your last game, exit interviews, exit physicals. Like, it was crazy. So I'd say to you, Jay, Stan Bowman has some time here. He's had a nice full week to go through his whole organization. As we talked about before, it's not just Stan evaluating other people. There's people above Stan evaluating him. No doubt about that. So, they have time. They've got some time. I got to tell you that by the end of this weekend, they should know what they're doing and be able to act on it on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday type thing, I would think. Wouldn't you?
Yeah. Do you think they have any big announcements?
I don't know. Like, let's cut to the chase. Is Knobloch going to be the coach next year? What do you think?
I say yes.
You'd say yes?
Yes. What do you say?
I don't know. Like, I don't, listen, full disclosure. When I think a coach should get fired, I've written it and I've said it. And I'm going to say in my own defense, before I wishy-wash this answer, I got a good track record of telling you how I feel about a coach, if he should work here or not. I don't really know on Knobloch. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of things about him I like. I don't think that he screwed things up. I can't come to you and say, man, he got this wrong. He got that wrong. I don't like this about his personality. I don't like that. Sure. Are his quotes when he talks to us kind of, meandering and not so strong? Sure. But is he like that in meetings? I don't know that. I don't know what he's like in meetings. I don't know what McDavid and Draisaitl and the important players on that team think of him heart to heart when they're having that interview with Bowman. I don't know the answer. So I don't think, but let me conclude with this, Jay. I think you got to have some change in this organization after last year. There's a lot of stuff that didn't work very well. And I don't think just replacing one assistant coach is enough change.
Okay.
And I don't think you should turn over a general manager. I think that's too big a job right now. Then the whole organization is in upheaval. So if you're saying they should keep Knobloch, I guess what I'm going to say is, I'm not going to say they should fire him, but I'll say that they will.
Interesting. So you're going to fire him before his contract even begins, his new contract. Okay.
This is a unique time, right? This is the McDavid. We can see the end of the McDavid era here, buddy. Put your hand on your forehead and look into the distance. It's there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. I guess my concern is you fire the coach, you're just sending the message again to your team that it's not them. It's once again, it's the coach that couldn't get you guys to commit to playing defense. Well, how many freaking coaches do you need to have before ding, ding, the players decide to play more consistent defensively? I just think it's a cop-out if you fire the coach and you blame the coach. To me, it's a cop-out again. And, now we're hearing, McDavid's got to play with Draisaitl. Like, I don't know. It's just
whatever on that.
No, I just think.
You know what? I don't think it matters.
What doesn't matter?
I don't think it matters. I think that the leadership group, that McDavid and Draisaitl and the guys that lead this team, they will ensure that this team plays a proper brand of hockey next year. I don't think that's not why I'm firing a coach. I don't think that then you don't need to fire the coach. But I don't think, like, maybe 5-6 years ago, they were sitting back saying, the coach this, the coach that. I think these guys know now what it takes, how they need to play, and that they failed at that last year. I don't think if a coach came in and doesn't buckle down a little bit defensively, I think the leaders on this team are going to say, hey, what are we doing here? We need to buckle down defensively.
You think it's just magically going to start? Like, they just all of a sudden are like, I guess we should have learned. Like, why didn't they know that this last year?
Hey, buddy, I mean, listen, this year was a goofy year. Like, come on. You went to 2 cups.
But if you're saying it's a goofy year, then why are you firing the coach?
Well, then I'm not firing the coach. Sure. Like, I'm not committed to it, Jay. This isn't me. This wasn't when they fired Woodcroft, right? Mm-hmm. I wrote that day. They got to fire Woodcroft. It is done. And the next day, Holland fired him. Let me be clear. I'm not saying Holland cares what I think. It's not what I'm saying. But at that point, it was very evident that this team needed a new coach. I don't feel that way at all right now. I do not feel that way.
Yeah.
I think they could do just fine with Knobloch. But you're asking me to step on one side of the fence.
Okay.
You're saying he stays. I guess I'll say he goes. Let's see who's right.
All
Pitcher of beer at On the Rocks, buddy.
Hey, well, I might have some Bacardi Limones instead. I don't really drink pitchers of beer, but we can do that. I'm in for that. Okay, perfect. I like it. Spec, have yourself a great day. We will chat with you on tomorrow on the Gregor Show.
Oh, come on, man. My wife's got about 20 more things for me to do. Can't we talk for a while?
Oh, Shelka actually just texted me. Get him off the air. He's got stuff to do.
All right. See you later.
What you do, though, just stay in your office and just talk like you're on the show. That's what you do. Right? Guys, yeah. No, I don't think that. Oh, that's a really good point. What do you think? Ask a few questions. She'll think I'm answering. It'll be great.
Yeah, okay. That's actually a pretty good plan. I'll get right on that.
There you go.
All right.
Mark Spector from Rogers Sports Center. Yes or no? Which side do you come out on? Fire the coach? Now, not if you think they should, just will they? Yes or no? Very simple. Let's play a little fun game here from our listeners. What do you think? Firing the coach, just all you got to do is say yes, no. Text in 833-401-1440. Take a quick break. We'll return. It's the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Are you looking for safe and reliable transportation solutions for your wedding, corporate retreat, or golf trip? Look no further than Silent Rides, Alberta's premier charter bus company. Whether your group is big or small, Silent Rides has you covered. We offer 3 different sizes of units to cater to your needs, and we provide first-class service at affordable rates. Get your quote today. For more information and to request a quote, contact sales at 877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3, saving you more money with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Wow, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at EWEL.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
Hey, hon, I'm getting expressions and images to frame my hockey card collection in the man cave.
Perfect. I'll come with you and bring our wedding photos. For sports memorabilia and family treasures, think Expressions and Images, your local custom framer since 91. You name it, we frame it.
You don't just need property services, you need problems handled. HireGood provides cleanup, debris removal, site monitoring, and safety attendance across Edmonton. We reduce issues on your property, keep spaces safe, and take pressure off your team. We resolve real problems for businesses while creating real impact because our team is built on second chances and they show up every day ready to prove it. Visit hiregood.ca or call and mention Jason Gregor for a first-time discount. HireGood. Stable jobs create stable lives.
McValue breakfast meals are $5 plus tax every day. Get a sausage McMuffin, bagel with cream cheese product, or breakfast burrito with hash brown and small coffee, all for just $5 plus taxes. Available until 11 a.m. at Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. It feels good to know your fund goes further at home. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. Get the Gregor special. Enjoy 20% off any regular menu price order when you enter promo code Gregor at papajohns.ca or on the Papa John's app.
This is Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Here's Jason Gregor.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
5:27. How you doing on a Thursday afternoon? Your weekend's here. You're a big believer that the weekend starts on Thursday, and why wouldn't you be? Why not? It's great, especially at a certain age in your life. The weekend should start on Thursday. Start to get to with your friends a little bit more, going out into town, having a little bit of fun. Enjoy it. It's a great time of your life. Don't ever underestimate it. I will tell you that, because when it's gone, there'll be times you miss it. No doubt about it. 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Declan Kruger with you. You can always text us at that number. We'll get to Camp Tate in a bit, but we're going to go in the room, brought to you by Action Electrical. Their service division includes full-time manager, estimator, coordinator, dispatcher, ensuring fast, reliable service. That is actionelectrical.net. As Corey Lavalette, beat reporter for the Carolina Hurricanes, joins us once again. Corey, welcome back to the show, man. How are you?
Doing well, Jason. How are you, man?
Hey, I'm good. This series has been pretty entertaining, actually, very close. You know, hey, you get to overtime. Game one was I know the score said shut up, but I know Philly maybe a little bit overwhelmed in game one. But game two, they came back, and now they'll go into Philly. I know it's not officially a must-win game, but I look at this one like this got to be a must-win game. You go down 3-0 Hurricanes, you're done. Meanwhile, the Hurricanes are looking to stay perfect and win every game. What have you made of what Philly's done a little bit different than Ottawa?
I don't know that it's been hugely different. Obviously, Philadelphia had a little bit of a success on the power play, so that helps them a little bit. You know, they got that goal to start off game two, so that's a plus for them for sure. But the Flyers play a little bit differently than Ottawa does. You know, Ottawa's really trying to bottle things up a little bit, and the Flyers tend to maybe give it a little bit more free flowing game and things like that. So we'll see. I think this will be a big game just because obviously Ricksocket will have last change, and we'll see what kind of matchups he wants to get. But it's been tough because it's been hard to stop that Stankoven line with no matter who you put out against them.
Well, yeah, that line's like Taylor Hall has been just a force in the playoffs, right? Like Stankoven obviously has the goals. Hall's been physical. He's got points. Like they're both playing great. Like Jackson's playing well. Also, like the rest of their team, not it's been bad, but they got to get a little bit more from Svechnikov.
To be honest with you, out of those three guys on the line, I think Svechnikov has played the best. He's had impact plays. He just hasn't scored. I would say, obviously, Jarvis got the goal late in game two to tie things up. And that, obviously was a positive for him. We'll see if that gets him pushed back in the right direction. It came after Rod shuffled the lines a little bit, which he hasn't done in so long because he's had so much success with the four lines he's had. But yeah, I think more so it's about getting, Jarvis and Aho going more than anything, and Svechnikov's points will come with that. But I think, Svechnikov has had some really dominant shifts and has been a guy who's creating chances. It just hasn't gone for him. The other two guys, you just want to see them be a little more impactful as far as their chances and things like that.
Freddie Anderson. Like, I know it's only 6 games, but is this the best he's ever played?
It's right up there for sure. I actually went and did like a deep dive of has he ever had a run like this before, and the only comparable thing was his first season here in Raleigh. Well, not here, but in Raleigh. He won the opener 6-3, and then after that he went on a little 5-6 game stretch there where he only gave up, I think, 6 goals. So he's kind of been similar to that, I guess. But he just looks so calm in net. He's handling the puck really well. He sprung Eric Robinson for a breakaway in game 2 with a long pass. Yeah. So he's been really, really good. And there's a vibe around him. He's a pretty stoic guy no matter what. But he's feeling pretty intense, I think, and he's really dialed in right now. We'll see when he hits a little adversity. I didn't think either of the goals in game 2 were really on him. One is a shot in the high slot that's he causes it a little bit by pushing the puck out, but a clear shot for Drysdale, and then the other one, Couturier is all alone in front. So he's really only given up one bad goal in these whole playoffs, and that was in one of the Ottawa games. And other than that, he's just been so good.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. And the Hurricanes defensively, I think they've been pretty good overall. Obviously, at some point, you're going to give up chances in today's NHL. It's just too fast-paced not to. But they switched to Philadelphia. Do you see the Flyers? Like, is there any matchup you think Tocchet's going to try to get away from now that he's on home ice?
I really don't know, just because, they've got some injury issues here. Tippett's not going to play again tonight. Noah Cates got hurt last game. He's out for the series. Zegras is going to move to the middle, and for as talented of a player as he is, the knock on him has always been, can he keep his head screwed on straight defensively? And there's a little bit more responsibility playing in the middle than on the wing. And against the Hurricanes, that's a tough assignment for him. So we'll see what Tocchet decides to do. The Hurricanes are going to get Nikishin back tonight, it looks like. That's what everything points to. So that makes them even better. Mike Riley did a good job, but Nikishin's definitely an upgrade physically and offensively and all that. So I think it's a tough assignment for Rick Tocchet for sure.
Looking at, overall Carolina, like they've been knocking on the door. They obviously haven't been able to get even to the Stanley Cup final. Do you sense are they playing, they look more physical from the outside? But maybe that's just because, maybe I'm looking for that more. You've watched them, Corey, closely. Is this year's version of the Hurricanes different than the previous ones?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, they're not a team like, the Lightning tried to do this year and like the Panthers have done in the past, where they're looking to be the bullies, so to speak. But they've responded really, really well. I think the thing that's funny to me, and it started with, the Ottawa media and the Ottawa fans, and now it's the Philly fans and the Philly media, is they all expected you could come in and you could push around Logan Stankoven and Jackson Blake and get them off their game. And those two guys play like they're 6'4". I mean, they're both, Stankoven will throw some hits, Blake not so much, but neither of them is scared to go to dirty areas. And so I think those two guys really drag everyone else into the fight a little bit. Keandre Miller can be physical when he needs to be. I mentioned Nikishin. Jordan Staal is, when he wants to be, is immovable, I think. And Svechnikov, like I said, he has the ability to be physical. And Will Carrier, I think, is a big addition here that we don't talk about enough. He is a thumper. I mean, he's not going to put a ton of points on the board or anything, but every shift, I think he had 12 hits last game, and every one of them, I can almost feel them from the press box. He just brings a load every time he hits somebody. So, and then you like the way they're standing up for each other, right? They're even Freddie had a hit last game, right? Sanheim drove the net, and Freddie kind of flattened him. So I do get a feeling that there's a little more bite to this team and a little more, hey, you can try to push us around, but we're going to push back.
Yeah. No, and yeah, I'm sure that's probably something they talked about, especially going up against Florida, right? It's not like they changed their whole culture at all, but they just said, hey, this is an element of our team that we'd like to improve. Like I look at Edmonton, they're going to want to improve being more consistent defensively, right? Like there's always, when you're not having one and you're good, you still have to make some subtle adjustments, not major. They didn't go out and go away from their team dynamic or how they play. They're still up tempo and they just press the hell out of you. And, lots of teams struggle with it. So, so far they've looked really good throughout this. Have they had is there any injuries, concerned about it all in Carolina?
I mean, right now everybody's available. So that's a huge plus for them, is that they don't have anybody who's got anything that's going to keep them out of the lineup. The big one was Nikishin with that concussion. And he told me today he could have played game 2. I think they just decided to give him, a little bit of wiggle room here on this. But, everybody, everyone's got bumps and bruises this time of year for sure. And, we see guys getting treatment after games. And Jordan Martinook is iced up all the time because he's blocking every shot that's anywhere near him. So there's bumps and bruises, but nothing concerning. And, that's something you're going to have to deal with in the playoffs. It's inevitable. But as of now, I think they're very fortunate to have everyone available to them, and they can run out whoever they want.
And lastly, and I know that, they're probably not thinking about it, but what do you think is going to happen with goaltending? They've got Kochetkov and Brandon Bussey, and they're both on really good contracts next year, combined $3.9 million. And then Freddie Anderson, who I know is 36, but he's having an unreal playoffs. What do you think happens in goal in the offseason? Like, I can't see them bringing all three next year, will they?
I could see it happening. I mean, I think it's going to depend on what happens here, right? If they get to where they want to be and they finish this off and win a title, actually all 3 goalies are getting married this summer, which is kind of funny. But Frederick Anderson's getting married this summer. He may just want to go out on a high note, do the George Costanza, stand up and walk out of the room if he were to end his career with a Stanley Cup. So I haven't spoken to him about that, but that wouldn't surprise me if they did happen to win everything. But the way he's been playing, if he continues to play this way, and they can give him the assurance that, hey, you're only going to have to play 30 games in the regular season. We've got 2 other guys who can do it too. And Kochekov's only got 1 year left. So we'll see where things go with that. But I think they think that Kochekov has the highest upside out of everyone, but the injuries have been a problem for him. Freddie's obviously the guy who's the most consistent, and then Bussy was great this year. And I think they're really excited about him too, and got him on a reasonable deal. So they have options. This team is going to have loads of cap space and not a lot to have to do with it. So they have the opportunity in this offseason to add stuff if they want to. If they don't get to where they want to be, they can, they're going to have an option to, try to improve again. The only guys they really have to pay are Nikishin, Jankowski, if they want to pay him, and then decide on Freddie.
Well, it'll be fascinating. Awesome stuff, man. Appreciate it. Have yourself a great day, and we will chat with you later in the series. Thanks for your time, Corey.
Sounds good, Jason. Take care, bud.
There you go. That is Corey Lavalette joining us from Carolina. Quick break. We'll come back. Cam Tate on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All-Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All-Star Construction. And the directional drilling, hydrovacking, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. Since 2009, All-Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All-Star Construction is all about.
Throttle, open her up and get rolling to Harley-Davidson of Edmonton's open house Saturday, May 9th. Enter to win a new Harley-Davidson motorcycle and get in on the giveaways and door prizes. Come check out a huge selection of new and pre-owned bikes, riding gear, Harley t-shirts, and more. Don't miss it. This Saturday, May 9th at Harley-Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail. Kent family owned and operated since 1980. Details at hdedmonton.com.
McValue meals are here. Get the McDs you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, junior chicken, or chicken snack wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
Smart, connected, community driven. Jason Gregor sets the standard for sports talk in Edmonton. Join the conversation on Sports 1440. Text Gregor 833-401-1440. Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
Whether you're refinancing or buying your first home, mortgages are easier with help from a neighbor. At Vision Credit Union, you get face-to-face guidance from local lenders who know the market because, well, they live here too. They'll look at your whole financial picture with practical advice for payments, renewals, refinancing, and what makes sense long-term.
And so we must attempt to debate
Contact your branch today.
ethical anomalies.
Visit visioncu.ca.
When you look at the ledger,
Oh, Canada. Jiffy Lube is here to keep you moving through
Sports
mornings like
1440.
Full synthetic oil changes, quality Pennzoil products, tire checks, battery tests, and everything else your car needs to get through our winters. Stop by Jiffy Lube for fast, easy, warranty-approved service. No appointment, no hassle. Just dependable service right when you need it. Jiffy Lube, keeping you moving through this.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Cantork, made in Canada, made for Canada, where extreme isn't theoretical. Find your solution at cantork.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
6:42. We return, wrap things up Thursday afternoon. We asked a very simple yes or no question. Will the Oilers change their coach? And I'm looking right now, and no is winning at about I'd have to probably double check, but I want to say about a 70% rate right now. Maybe 65. So most of you in agreement with me that they don't think the coach. Now, could they fire him? Yeah, it's the Oilers. You know what? Owner might be frustrated. They look and say, oh, we got to make changes. And I feel you fire the coach again. I think all you're doing is saying, hey, so we went to the Stanley Cup final 2 years in a row. We had never been close with any other coach. Got us to Stanley Cup, got us to Game 7, 2-1. And yeah, we had an off year. I think if you ask Chris Knobloch, honestly, there's, things that in how he coached this year that he would want to change for next year and do better. Just like lots of the players. So you can fire the coach. And I know a lot of people right now, it's like, oh, Bruce Cassidy. Yeah, Bruce Cassidy's out there. I'm not sold that Bruce Cassidy would be an automatic upgrade. It would be different, not an automatic upgrade. That's all I'm saying. So you could do it. Doesn't guarantee you more success. And if the team only gets motivated by always having to fire the coach, then I got a bigger problem in my team. That's how I would look at it. Let's get to a 2-minute warning. It's Cam Tate, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, where the rates never change, no overtime charges. That's how you build a legacy at legacyheating.ca. And Cam Tate, longtime journalist in town. Cam, of course, has cerebral palsy. Cam born in a wheelchair. Or sorry, not in a wheelchair. With cerebral palsy, he's in a wheelchair. Never let him slow him down. And Cam, words come to life in the 2-minute warning.
And so we must attempt to debate and even self-medicate ourselves. Since for security, false, of course, on Oilers defenseman, Evan Bouchard. Not being a Jack Norris nomination for Defenseman of the Year. Let's be clear. It's a tired, predictable script we've seen played out in this business for decades. The gatekeepers of the game, safely tucked away in the Eastern Corridor, deciding that what happens out west is merely a statistical anomaly. When you look at the ledger, and Bouchard's 95 points isn't just a number, it's a roar that should be echoing through every NHL arena in the league, yet it's met with a silence that is, frankly, insulting. I've spent nearly 50 years watching this beautiful, bruising sport, and I've seen the way all around becomes a convenient mask for reputation, allowing the voters to ignore the sheer, shimmering brilliance of a player who changed the texture of every game he touched. To suggest that Bouchard's contributions are a side effect of playing with greatness is a lazy narrative that misses the heart of the story, the individual toil, the resilience, and the 21 goals that didn't just happen by accident. We aren't just talking about a defenseman. We are talking about a young man who joined a pantheon of legends, only to have the door slammed shut by a collective failure of imagination from those who prefer the safety of the status quo over the undeniable truth of the ice. He finished the year with 21 goals, and 5 of those were the definitive game winners that sent the fans home happy. I know people sometimes joke about fake goals or lucky bounces, but when you're leaning into a Bouch bomb that peaks at 98 miles per hour, there is absolutely nothing accidental about it. That puck has eyes, and more importantly, it has a purpose. I'll never forget that January night against Washington. Bouchard's 6 points. For a defenseman to have that kind of night, logging nearly 25 minutes of ice time, it's a masterclass in poise and preparation. It's those stories of perseverance, going from a young man with a heavy shot to the cornerstone of a franchise, that keep us coming back to the rink. I appreciate and respect the work of the voters, but I honestly think Evan Bouchard deserves better. The 2-minute warning. Gregor, Hallie, Kruger, by golly, if you were in the running for the Jack Norris, I'd make sure you would win. Me? Cam Tate. Back in the morning with Mr. Happy himself, Carius. Sports 1440.
I just want to know who's Jack Norris. Oh, Tater's not living that one down. Love it. But, hey, you know what? People are going to be fired up over it. There's going to be a lot of different opinions on the Norris Trophy and who should be in and who shouldn't. But either way, the voters decided that Evan Bouchard's not one of the top three. If he's not top five, then I would be like, well, that seems like an odd choice to me. Because I think there's the five. And you could maybe put in Mo Sider. I just don't, you can look at some defensive models and Mo Sider and it looks good, but I don't think you can say that they're that much better when you start to break down other ones. Like goals for, goals against matter. Right? Shots for, shots against matter. High danger chances for, high danger chances again. They matter. Right? They matter a lot. So, and he wasn't clearly better in those categories than the other guys. So, good player. I like him a lot. But there's lots of good options this year. So, it'll be interesting when the award winners get announced, I think later on now. So now they saved some of them for the award show. But last year, remember, they kind of changed it in the NHL where they kind of do what the NBA does a little bit, where they announce awards during the postseason. So likely we'll do that. So 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Hey, guys, why people upset the apple cart for people not buying in the depth and a team comes from belief in yourself and builds off buying in. This is on the core group and they need to get their bleep together. It's not a coaching problem. That one comes from Nails. Greg's, I have to agree with you. We're bringing another coach. At some point, it's up to the players to commit to wanting to make the right decisions. I even saw in the penalty kill twice where it looked like the system wasn't the issue, but player decision was. Well, that's true too. So, hey, there are some things coaching can do better. I've said that. I would play McDavid and Draisaitl less. And I know that's easy to say sitting here, but Connor McDavid doesn't need to play 23 minutes a game. He just simply doesn't. Especially when it's not leading to a significant amount of more success, right? This was one of McDavid's worst years, 5-on-5 in his career. So why would I be playing him more at that stage, right? Doesn't make sense to me. And that's why I would look at that and say, next year, let's try to do things differently. Like if you look at McDavid at 5-on-5 in the playoffs, now he was hurt. So playoffs, I'm not going to put the same comparison on because he's playing with a fracture in his ankle. That's different. But look at his 5-on-5 numbers. He outscored teams 75-68. 2 years ago, it was 90-57. Right? 81-60. 64-48, 73-50, 75-62. Him being plus 7, 1 year is plus 30, 77-44. Second year in the league. Like him being plus 7, just in goals for, goals against. And even if you want to go expected goals, a little bit better, would have been plus 14, if you're a believer in that. It's one site. I got to go to another site to see the difference. But, his shot for percentage, he used to be like a 59%. He was down to 54. It wasn't as good of a year for him. Just like the team. Everybody can come back and be better, which is why to me, I think it'd be a cop-out to want to get rid of the coach this year. I could be wrong on that. Maybe they'll do it, but I wouldn't do it. Cons, where do you come out? Yes or no? What do you think they do?
I'm on no. For me personally, what I think they do, I feel like if it was going to happen, it could have been just one of those immediate reactions. Like, we got to make a change. Let's do this right now. Let's make it happen. I feel like the longer we go here, the less likely it is where they're going to sit back and say, okay, it was two pretty good runs. Obviously, it wasn't a great regular season, but we still made the playoffs. We had injuries postseason that really hampered us. There are some personnel things we can do better, and there's going to be some questions for sure. But I'm going to lean to the side of no, I don't think so, because I think they would have done it already.
Okay. Do you think they would have fired the coach already in less than a week?
I feel like you'd make that quick decision. Like, if you were going to do it, you'd have that thought process that we've got to do this. Let's do this. He's not the guy. Let's make it happen. If you were sure of it, hey, there's a chance they go back and, review everything and then come to that conclusion once again. But I just feel like it would have been more of a rash decision, a quick one, if it were to happen. So, yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Hey, guys, I'm saying yes because I don't think the owner is going to be able to resist the lure of a shiny new coach who's Cassidy. Should they? Hell no. The constant turnover and churn of the coaching position, no functional organization changes coaches as often as the Oilers have in the last 15 years. Well, that is very true. That is very true. So. Hey, Gregor, it's called accountability. Coach is in charge of that. So the players have no accountability to themselves? None? They can do whatever they want all the time? I don't agree with that one. As I said, would I have liked the coach to maybe drop the hammer a little bit earlier in the year? Yes. Something you can learn from. I'm not going to fire the coach over it. Because, again, I don't believe coaching was the reason why they're inconsistent. He doesn't play the game. You want to blame the coach and the goalies all the time, guess what happens? You have the same problem over and over. A team that doesn't commit to playing good defense. So you can change a coach. It's not going to change the attitude. Hasn't worked yet. Oh, but let's try a fifth coach. That'll magically do it. On behalf of Connor Halley, Declan Kruger, I'm Jason Gregor. Have yourself an awesome Thursday. Let's get to the con man and a sports 1440 update brought to you by Hire Good. For professional property services you can feel good about, site cleanup, debris removal, seasonal maintenance, and more, check out hiregood.ca. Hire Good. Stable jobs create stable lives. Good night.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Okay, so you missed it. Rasmus Dahlin, Cale Makar, and Zach Werenski of the Blue Jackets were named as the finalists for the James Norris Trophy presented annually to the NHL defenseman. Judge have demonstrated the greatest all-around ability at the position. And Oilers forward Isaac Howard named the American roster for the upcoming World Championship. Howard appeared in 29 games with the Oilers, scoring 2 goals, 47 games for the Condors, scoring 24, adding 26 helpers. On the ice tonight, just one game. Philadelphia and Carolina from Philly. Puck drop in about 10 minutes time. Carolina leads that series 2-0 in the association. The Cavs trail the Pistons 36-39 in the second. They also trail the series 1-0 at 7:30 tonight. Lakers Thunder from OKC. OKC have 1-0 in that one. Major League Baseball, bottom of the fourth. The Athletics beat the Phillies 8-1. Marlins have a 3-2 lead over the Orioles, and the Red Sox and Rays tied at 3 apiece. Later tonight, Padres and Cards. Finals have the Yankees getting past the Rangers 9-2. Guardians over the Royals 8-5. The Reds fall to the Cubs 8-3 in Chicago, and the Diamondbacks losing at home to the Pirates by a score of 4-2. PWHL playoffs after 20 minutes. Minnesota leads Montreal 1-0. That series tied at a game apiece. In the CFL, the Calgary Stampeders signing quarterback Brendan Adams to a 2-year contract extension, and that the WHL drafted the Oil Kings making their first pick in the second round, selecting Braden Dean, while local product Kane Strudwick selected in the 4th round by the Tri-City Americans. That'll do it for us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Coming up next, Fox Sports Radio. Live local coverage resumes tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. with Kevin Carius here on Sports 1440. You can also watch on YouTube at Sports 1440 AM. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Tree.